someone with a brilliant idea. Now, where that idea comes from, and that's where, in my experience and opinion, makes the whole world of difference. Is the idea directed towards solving a problem that actually exists? Or is it that the founder thought that there is a problem? There is a huge difference between the two. Sometimes we would see that just because a person, he or she, can develop a technology, they will automatically think that on identification of the right technology, and I have full belief that if someone comes with the right problem identification, there is enough intellectual depth in an academic institution to come up with the solution. And this is where this first ASEAN-India Startup Forum is so relevant, because for a startup to succeed, of course you need a relevant problem statement. And if we read a little bit, we know that the sociocultural structure, geography, climate, challenges in life, these are all identical in all the ASEAN member states. Sure, Singapore is a little ahead, and India. Therefore, a problem that is identified in any of these states is likely to be relevant to all the member states. And that immediately gives you access or makes you relevant for 1/3 of the global population. So you can scale. So if you are solving the right problem for a larger scale, you will be successful. And the other key ingredient to succeed is collaboration. I have come across, in last 5 years at least, couple of thousand startups, either as part of the IIT Kanpur ecosystem or, in one of the funding bodies or the other, or judging. For some, they understand the value of collaboration. It's very, very small fraction. Just the mindset is not matured enough. Majority would like to go it alone. And I'm a scientist by profession. So just like good science, good technology-driven business cannot be done by one person. It is generally a collaboration that supports it. I'm talking about collaboration in this context because all the ASEAN member states, they have their own strengths, and of course, we all have our own weaknesses. Some might have financial wealth, but a much smaller market. Some might have academic depth, but less money to invest in, or some may be somewhere in between. But as I said in the beginning, that our challenges are very, very similar. So, yesterday there was a dinner hosted by BRIN, and during discussions, we realized that there are obvious science and technology collaborations that are not happening just because we do not know that there is government facilitations that already exist. But the penetration is very, very small. So we are not being able to take advantage of it. And this is the reason why I feel that this AISF forum, it not only should exist, should flourish, we should meet more often. Pandemic gave us another advantage. Now online meetings are just as acceptable as in-person meetings. We must learn more about each other. There are opportunities to study. I can only say from Indian perspective, again, because I don't know enough about what is existing in the other ASEAN nations. But I know for a fact that there are a lot of scholarships available for students and postgraduate students of ASEAN nations to do their research in India. And what this can do is bring problem statements from a much larger population to each other. I'm pretty sure that reciprocal facilitations are available in other ASEAN countries for students or technologists from India. It is just that we do not know enough. The penetration of information is not very high. But imagine that in another year and a half's time, that is normalized, so we know about the collaborative ecosystem much better. Then we can join forces to come up with solutions together, just because it will not only make social sense, it will make complete business sense. What we feel that can and should be done, in fact, right now, our incubator is in the process of doing that with Switzerland and Germany. We can do the same for startups from ASEAN nations. Is that you may have a product, and as a startup, it may be difficult to enter into a market in India. An incubator like IIT Kanpur, which is pretty deep entrenched in the ecosystem, can provide you just with the right launchpad to get into the Indian market. If necessary, some small tweaking in the product is possible because we have the technological backbone to do that. And we would expect the same in reciprocation from other ASEAN nations. So if a framework can be created to do this, immediately the startups from our individual countries will have a much larger market than they would have had otherwise. It is also possible, as I was discussing earlier, that for obvious financial reasons, the venture capitalists, angel investors, they are more focused into startups that are on the service sector. That is because they scale much faster. The market size that they can attend to is much larger, because you cannot do that kind of scale up with hardwares so fast. That's a fact of life. So therefore, the private funding is heavily concentrated onto this kind of startups. I can tell you the Indian data. The Indian data is that in last 7 years, the total private funding that has gone into the startup ecosystem, 99.4% went to the service sector companies, while only 0.6% went to the hardware startups. Of course, I am biased because I am a technologist at the core. But for us to ensure food and health security of our individual nations, these hardware startups are the ones that we desperately need. Therefore, of course, it will take some time. It will take a lot of convincing of the political leadership of individual countries. But if we can come up with a fund, because private entities are unlikely to come forward, or if you have access to, fine. But if we can create a fund that will cater to these kind of startups with a strict condition that such fund can be mobilized only for those ASEAN or Indian startup for their expansion of business in more than 2 other states and not for their home country. That can significantly facilitate establishment of businesses, and that can grow in the ASEAN-Indian ecosystem. Today, I was reading something very, very rudimentary, but it is very, very relevant. So I learned that in Indonesia, you have perfected the technology for co-cultivation of rice and fish. Now, I come from an Indian state which is heavily fish eating, and it is done in my state as well, but it is done in a very amateurish way. It is not structured. So if this technology, the know-how, can be shared and taken to the Indian states, that is one step closer to food security for India and perhaps other ASEAN nations. We have developed some very high quality organic fertilizers. The entire world, particularly the countries under ASEAN, they are suffering from massive overuse of inorganic fertilizers and pesticides. So this technology can come over here and help. If you go to the expo, you will see there is a young startup that is developing compostable plastic from poultry feather waste. Poultry is massively used in all these ASEAN countries, and plastic is a problem in all of these countries. The technology can be transferred, or some kind of a business arrangement can be made to bring that technology over here, and vice versa. So these are just small examples. I can give you so many of these. But the one take-home message that I would like you to leave with is that if the ASEAN nations and India, we resolve to work together, we will surely and certainly build some outstanding tech companies that will have large enough markets to become really big companies. And that is a future that we all can look forward to with a lot of hope. And with that, I would like to thank this forum again, and thank you for your patience. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Amitabha Bandyopadhyay, for your interesting speech. Next, we will move to second keynote speaker, Mr. Dianto Imam, Program Director of PT New Energy Nexus Indonesia, also Secretary General of Association of Indonesia Business Incubator. He has substantial professional experience in business advisory, including significant experience in country strategy and market access, impact enterprise development, and impact startup and ecosystem development. So please put your hands together for warm welcome for Mr. Dianto Imam.
First of all, thank you for the organizers, the BRIN ASEAN Secretariat and the Government of India for organizing this interesting event. I think I have my work cut out for me because Professor Amitabha has already explained a lot of things that need to be explained when it comes to startups, when it comes to the ecosystem, when it comes to every players, every things, every opportunities, every challenges that startups and by extension and by association, incubators and accelerators. I guess what I'm trying to do right now in the next 10 or so minutes is I think I'm going to share with you my views and my thoughts on developing ecosystem for startups based on our experience in Indonesia, both as a member of the Association of Incubator Business of Indonesia, as well as during my day job, running incubation and acceleration program, and also providing fundings for clean energy startups in Indonesia. So what we have seen in Indonesia in the last 10 to 15 years is the rise of a new kind of entrepreneurs. Back in the days, we used to think that if you then don't have enough connections, you don't have enough capitals, that if you don't go to certain institutions, education institutions, universities, it's very unlikely for you to be able to develop your own company. But that has changed anywhere else in the world as well as in Indonesia. I think for Indonesia, we first saw the rise of startups in the late 2000s, early 2010s. That's when people really think and people really understand and people really believe that startups can play a major role in developing the economy of Indonesia, providing jobs, supporting economic growth, and so on and so forth. And like elsewhere in the world, those startups were mostly, if not entirely, focused on digital technologies for good reasons. I think, like Professor Amitabha has already mentioned, when you do digital startups, when you do e-commerce, when you do platforms, you can gather 2 or 3 of your friends, do some MVP in a few weeks, if not a couple of months, and then you can launch your MVP in 3 months. And that is very interesting and very appealing for funders, especially venture capitals. Fast forward to 2015, fast forward to 2020, we have, I think, a handful of unicorns in Indonesia, probably 10 or 12, I lost count. That is certainly very good. That is certainly a good news for Indonesia in terms, again, in terms of economic development, in terms of providing jobs, in terms of transitioning the economy from, I would say, traditional to digital economy, making markets more efficient. And I think one of the things that startups have been able to do is creating the belief in young people that if they have ideas, if they have good ideas, if they have marketable ideas, all they need is to find somebody with the same vision, and then make sure that those ideas can be developed further. That is very good. What we haven't seen in Indonesia is that the rise of the startups is not being followed by the rise of organizations that support the startups. We're talking about incubators. We're talking about accelerators. We're talking about other actors in the ecosystem in Indonesia. Yes, we have seen some initiatives, we have seen some activities that support the development of these startups. But again, I guess it's part of the function of market dynamics. Most of those activities are focused on supporting digital startups, which is good. I'm not saying that it's a bad thing, but this is good. But what the unintended consequence of those activities, is that we tend to forget that there are other types of startups that also exist out there. Hardware-based startups, like Professor Amitabha has already mentioned. I'm not sure what the situation is in other ASEAN countries or India when it comes to hardware startups. But based on my experience working with hardware startups, it's very, very difficult. It's devilishly difficult. We don't talk about going from idea to MVP in a matter of months. Probably it can take about 12 months, 1 year or 2 years if you're lucky. It's difficult. And because of that, we don't see a lot of hardware-based startups in Indonesia. I'm guessing here that in ASEAN countries, you don't see a lot of hardware startup either, because of, I'm not going to say the lack of patience, but cost and benefit. When it comes to cost benefit, it goes against those hardware startups. So should we, I guess the question is, what are we going to do with those hardware-based startups? I don't have the answers, but I think it goes back to what I hope all of us can discuss today and for the rest of this event, is that how are we going to build an ecosystem for startup that is inclusive, that also includes thoughts on how to support the development of hardware-based startups. Why am I talking about hardware-based startups? For one reason, and this is, you can call this purely selfish reasons. I'm focused on clean energy and climate. Again, I don't know about any other ASEAN countries or India, but I'm guessing climate is one of the things that we need to find the solution for. There are problems, lots of problems related to climate change, lots of problems related to how to develop net zero economies, decarbonization. Those are important things for Indonesia, not because we are hosting a G20 event this year, but because it concerns with our economic growth, with the development of green economy and sustainable economy, making sure that jobs will be available for the next generation. Those are the things that us in Indonesia are concerned about. And again, I'm guessing that those concerns are also prevalent everywhere else in the world, not just in ASEAN countries and India, but also in other parts of the world. So going back to ecosystem development for startups, I would urge you to start thinking about how to better develop ecosystem that is inclusive. Yes, digital startups, software-based startups are sexy. VCs flock to them. Billions of dollars being channeled through these startups. And we see the rise of unicorns from Southeast Asia, lots of them. But how many hardware startups? Probably 4, 5, 6, 7, maybe less. And whether we like it or not, when it comes to climate, when it comes to decarbonization, when it comes to green jobs, when it comes to green growth, hardware startups, you will most likely come across hardware startups doing something to solve those problems. Now, us here, as people who are dealing with startups on a daily basis, as incubators, as policymakers, as funders, I think it's about time for us to think seriously about creating, developing, and supporting ecosystem that also inclusive for hardware startups. I guess those are the things that I would like to share with you this morning. And again, thank you for BRIN, the ASEAN Secretariat and the Government of India for organizing these events. It's very good to see a room full of people with interest in supporting startups. So I hope this kind of event, this kind of collaborations, this kind of meetings can be continued, that there will be another meetings, there will be another congregations, if I may, so that probably, hopefully, 6, 12 months from now, we can sit together again, probably not here, but somewhere else, but we can talk about, yes, we've been able to lay the foundation for more inclusive ecosystem for startup development in our own country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Dianto Imam, for your speech. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of the keynote speech session. I'm thankful to all distinguished guests. We will have a coffee break until 10. You may take coffee or tea and Indonesian traditional snack at snack corner near the entry door. And we will come back to this room to continue our session, namely seminar. Thank you. around you. Now we are entering the seminar session 1. This seminar will discuss about best practice on developing startup ecosystem. To start this session, I would like to invite Mrs. Soumya Singh as a moderator. She is Senior Associate, Reserve Bank of India. She is passionate about giving impetus to fintech startups that work towards solving problem statements that affect the marginalized segment of the Indian population. Please welcome Mrs. Soumya Singh. Floor is yours.
Thank you for that introduction. So, a very good morning, everybody, and thank you so much for joining us today. I'd just like to take a quick minute to introduce what Reserve Bank Innovation Hub is. RBIH is a wholly owned subsidiary of the Reserve Bank of India. It is independently managed and was established to promote and facilitate innovation across the financial sector. RBIH's aim is to enable access to frictionless finance and financial services and suitable financial products to 1 billion Indians. In addition, RBIH aims to enhance collaboration within the financial sector, policy bodies, and academia to exchange innovative ideas and provide an environment for those ideas to be prototyped, tested, and certified for broader usage. RBIH works on ideating, incubating new capabilities, and facilitating the creation of an innovative ecosystem that serves 1.3 billion Indians and helps shape the future of, India's financial sector. So it is a pleasure to be moderating this session today on this very pertinent topic of best practices on developing startup ecosystems. And without any further delay, I'd like to introduce our esteemed speakers for today. Professor Ankush Sharma, who is Professor in Charge, Innovation and Incubation, IIT Kanpur. Professor Sharma is the current professor in charge. He's also a faculty member in the Department of Electrical Engineering at IIT Kanpur. IIT Kanpur Incubation Center is partner with BRIN Indonesia in organizing the first ever ASEAN-India Startup Festival 2022. Prior to that, he was working as assistant professor at IIT Bhubaneswar, India. In addition to academic experience of around 7 years, he also has close to 16 years of software industry experience. He holds a PhD in electrical engineering from IIT Kanpur, and he has been project management professional certified in 2009 from Project Management Institute, USA, and holds MBA degree in finance. Next, we have Ms. Ioana Rochma Astuti. She is Director of Digital Economy Governance for Government of Indonesia, and she holds a master's from University of Indonesia. Her thesis was on planning and public policy. Next, we have Mr. Ashish Kapar. Yes, sorry about that. Next, we have Mr. Ashish Kapahi. He is CEO of Gates APAC Private Limited. Mr. Ashish is a seasoned international tech business leader with over 25 years of industry experience in starting and leading various greenfield technology channels, operating and turning them into profit centers. He has been based in and led several cross-cultural and functional teams in Asia, Australia, and Western Europe. He's also spent almost 10 years working for ESYS group of companies, a 2.5 billion technology business where he had multiple roles, including starting various operations in distribution, storage, and online businesses across the globe. He's currently based in Singapore and runs Gates, India's largest independent ICT channel ecosystem, bringing together key stakeholders on a common platform, promoting inclusive growth for businesses supported by knowledge and capacity building. Thank you so much for joining us today. I understand our speakers have a short presentation for us, so I'd like to first invite Professor Sharma to present for us.
Maybe a full screen, please. Okay. So, good morning to all of you. I am Ankush Sharma. I'm currently professor in charge from SIIC, that is Startup Incubation and Innovation Center, IIT Kanpur. So, before we start the panel discussion, I'll give you the brief about what SIIC is and what we are doing as part of our incubator ecosystem. So the SIIC, that is Startup Incubation and Innovation System, is having around 22 years old journey. We started in year 2000 and slowly we had linear growth till 2014. Yeah, thank you. And thanks to our current Indian government led by our Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi, that the new concept of a startup ecosystem was developed in India. And from their point onwards, we are seeing real fantastic growth in our startup ecosystem. Can you see that? How to change the slides?
This is for previous.
Okay, okay, thank you. So let me give you a brief how we continued our journey. So as I mentioned, we started in year 2000, and then the main, the pointer is not what. Okay, so the main milestone, if you see from the presentation, that we started in 2012 our bio incubator, which is one of the significant addition to our startup ecosystem. Then in 2015 we saw our first exit, that is a CuraDev company which exited from our startup ecosystem, and the company got the mandate of 550 million USD when it exited from our startup ecosystem. So that was a real great achievement for us. And then we see 2016 where we started our Science and Technology Research Park. And in 2018, the leadership thought that the SIIC brand can be continued, but we need to structure the complete system. And we went with a Section 8 company called FIRST, that is Foundation for Innovation and Research in Science and Technology. So FIRST is a Section 8 company promoted by IIT Kanpur, and Startup Incubation and Innovation Center is working as a part of that company, which is FIRST. Now we have seen lot of new things in pandemic period, which I will explain in future slides. But let me tell you what we do as part of our startup ecosystem. So anyone who has a good idea, he can straight away come to us. So from idea till product development and even upscaling that product is the job of SIIC. So anyone, be it from IIT Kanpur or any part of India, not necessary to be a student or the faculty member of IIT Kanpur, we invite all citizens of India to come to us for pitching their idea. So at each and every stage, starting from idea to proof of concept, prototype development, product development, we give them hand-holding in terms of technology support, financial support, and the business mentorship. So in all dimensions, we give them different kind of supports which are needed for growing up startup from idea stage to the product level. Now, if you see the portfolio distribution, you can see that in each part of the country we have our presence. So our startups from Jammu Kashmir, that is north to south till Kerala and Tamil Nadu, we have our startups incubated. So some of these startups are virtually incubated, some are through co-incubation agreements, because we have a lot of incubators in country. So we have co-incubation agreement with various incubators. They can incubate in their respective states incubator and have a co-incubation agreement with us. So in that way, if you see that we have presence in almost all states in the country. Now, if you see the distribution, you will be seeing that around 22.5% startups are from IIT Kanpur alumni or IIT Kanpur faculty members, but around 77.5% are non-IITians, that is from rest of the country. If you see the diversity, the areas in which our startups are working, so starting from agriculture to service sector, then waste to value, green tech, clean tech, deep technology, financial technology, cyber security, healthcare. So name it any vertical, we will have a startup in that particular vertical segment. So in fact, we completely cover all sectors which we can think of in the startup ecosystem. Now, let me give you some key startups which we incubated in last few years. So one of them is Nokark. In fact, Professor Bandyopadhyay has already mentioned that Nokark was a company which initially started with solar robot cleaning device, but during pandemic period, Nokark came up with the help of SIIC and the other stakeholders. Nokark was given a task to develop the ventilator in 90 days, and they did that. And it was really a great achievement for us, because when everything was standstill, even no one was coming out of his home, or he was not able to work in the offices, we got the task to develop the ventilator during that period. And Professor Bandyopadhyay and his team did marvelous job in building this ventilator in 90 days. Similar to that, there is another company called eSpin Nanotech, which built the N95 mask, and almost every citizen of India knows that company, because the reach of that Swasa mask is very deep into the public of India. In fact, if you see, our Prime Minister and leader of opposition also wear the Swasa mask. Then the third remarkable achievement is Mission Bharat O2, in which we were given a task to develop the oxygen generator, because at that time when the second wave of COVID hit, the major requirement was to get the oxygen. So 3 startups of our SIIC got the task to build the oxygen generator during that period, and we built the oxygen generator which has a capacity of 500 liters per minute of oxygen generation. Now, another company, that is Aquafront Infrastructure Private Limited. So AIPL develops the floating jetties, and it has unique product in which they, rather than using plastic, they use floating concrete for developing the docks. And if you can see this figure, we have first of its kind floating CNG station in Varanasi, because we had ships and ferries from Varanasi to Haldia, long distance travel, and they wanted the alternate fuel, and CNG was the fuel which we can put up to the dock of that particular station, and we wanted to avoid petrol and diesel, so that was the major requirement which government wanted, and we the AIPL did that. Then next is full. You can visit the stall also. They are present in this exhibition also. That is Kanpur Power Floor Cycling Private Limited. So Fool has recently raised 8 million USD from market. In fact, the actor Alia Bhatt has invested in that company. The company has innovative process in which the flowers which are offered to God in temples, they collect the temple, because after offering they either go to the drains or they got wasted. So they collect the flowers from temples, process it, and develop the incense sticks, cones, and in fact now they are developing leather, which is leather kind of material, and if you can visit their stall, they have they have manufactured slippers and purses using that leather. Then MLIT-18 is another remarkable startup I want to mention here. They have developed automatic sensor-driven technology in which you can do the testing and verification or quality assessment of the auto components or the running locomotive. If you can see the figure, that Mahindra & Mahindra company has given the assignment to MLIT-18 to automatically check the critical parameters of the vehicle engine, and in few seconds you can see that they can sense hundreds of parameters in real time, and you can visually see that how beautifully they are using the sensor technology to identify the minor cracks which may be there in the engines. Similarly, they have the process in which they can check the critical parameters of running locomotive, because in India the railway is the heartline for citizens for day-to-day traveling, and we cannot stop locomotive for checking and doing the maintenance. So using this MLIT-18 technology, the railway checks all critical parameters of railway engine in few minutes. So in that way, using artificial intelligence and machine learning techniques, they can help to identify the critical problems or the challenges which might have in the locomotives in real time. So that's all the brief. I'm open to any question or discussion if you have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for that presentation. IIT Kanpur is truly at the forefront of innovation in the Indian startup ecosystem. I'd like to invite all our esteemed speakers to please join me in the dais here. If that's Thank you. So next, I'd like to invite Ms. Astuti to give her presentation to the audience. It was yours, ma'am. Yes.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. My name is Yuana from Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy. I will present about the best practices on developing startup in our ministries. Okay, can you just next? Yes. Next, yeah. This is about Indonesia's digital economic opportunity. I will give you a brief description. The population of Indonesia is number 4 in the world, 275.7 million, and phone cellular user is 370.1 million. It means that one people could be using more than one phone cell. And 74% of population is internet user, and 93% of internet user are social media user. We in Indonesia also have around 2 decacorn and 11 unicorn, and Indonesia is the most popular digital investment destination in Southeast Asia. The number is 300 trillion rupiah, and the growth of banking transaction rose 20.82% on annual basis, and also the prediction of Indonesian internet economic value in 2025 until 2030 is around from 1,070 trillion until 4,050 trillion. So Indonesia is very have potential in economic digital. And did you know that Indonesia also, in terms of contribution of economic creative, Indonesia ranked number 3 after US and Korea. The economic creative contribution is 7.8%. South Korea is around 9%, and US is more than 15%. So application is one of subsector of economic creative. So next, there is a startup ecosystem in Indonesia. We have several parties that we have to build if want to ecosystem growth very well. We have talent, funding, infrastructure, technology. We have also government, community, academia, media, and mentors. Yeah. And next slide, we have also identified about digital transformation barriers in Indonesia. We have about cyber threat and security issues, and number 2 is about lack of digital skills, and number 3 is not having an appropriate tech partner, and then uncertain economic environment and lack of ICT infrastructure. Next. Yeah, this is about description in Indonesian decacorn and unicorn. Maybe everybody already know 2 decacorn and around 11 unicorn right now. Next. Nah, this is our program to develop startup development program in our ministries. The name program is Pick Up, stand from Baparekraf for Startup. Next. Yeah, the objective of this program is to building and shaping the digital startup ecosystem in cities and Indonesia, especially in targeted cities. Targeted participant for aspiring mentor and early stage local startup to gain knowledge, experience, and network to build their businesses. And we hope that the impact of this program is to contribute to economic growth and human capital by empowering entrepreneurs to build their businesses to be more sustainable. Next, this is the mechanism of implementation. We have 3 program layering. The first one is for digital startup growth, for create startup. And the second one is digital startup incubation acceleration, and the third is for scaling up program. Next, this is the documentation of the program. This program is in 2021 conduct with online system because at that time the pandemic still very high. Okay, next, this is the documentation, and next. Yeah, this is the output on and the outcome of the program. In digital startup growth program for early stage startup, we make 5 define cities to have as a city hub. For Sumatra area, we have Pekanbaru. For Celebes area, we have Manado. And for Java, we have Jakarta, Yogyakarta, and Malang to represent East, Central, and South. So for Digital Startup Growth Program, we selected 150 startups from around 267 registered startup, and we still have gap in gender. Majority is still men, 86%, and followed by women, 40%. And for startup industries itself, the highest is education, and followed by marketplace, finance, food, and agriculture. And for the participant itself, Gen Z is the majority participant, followed by Gen X, and millennial and Gen X. Next, this is for program for incubation or acceleration program. We have 40 selected startups from 5 cities, from 5 areas in Indonesia, and from 201 registered startup, and all still men is majority, followed by women, and the industries is agriculture, health, and education. We have the same participant, and then followed by e-commerce and marketplace. And next, yeah, we have also startup for scaling up program, 10 selected startup from 5 cities, and men still a majority, followed by women. Next, maybe this is for the output after the program. Next, yeah. From after the program, we got 200 selected startup, 50 selected mentor from 5 targeted city, and then we conclude that 44% survival rate from total of 200 startup. From 10 startup in categories is scale up, and then 40 startup for PMF and 150 for FP. Next, this is for backup program graduated. We also found that from every stage, for early stage, we can conclude that average survival rate for startup is 49%. For incubation acceleration program startup, we found that average survival rate 65%. And next, okay, for scaling up program, we found that average survival startup 90%. So next, average survival rate in global is 10%, but we found that average survival rate in our our program is 54%. It means that if startup is connected to an ecosystem that can help it grow, its chance of survival is increasing. Next. This is also about the participant growth in terms of capital growth. We make before and after the program, we see that capital investment growth before and after the program increased more than 4 times, from 200 million before the program and reaches more than nearly the 100 billion. Also, the revenue growth before and after the program increased by 137%. Participant growth also for job growth. Next. Yeah, this is for job growth. Employment expansion after the program also increased by 167%. And the growth of user customer after the program increased by 153%. Next. This is the success story of the program. We have several startups. We can describe one by one. One is Mekapan. Mekapan is beauty services through a curated marketplace, press series A, and the revenue growth 200% and join several global programs. We also have Muslim Life, education platform for Muslim family, funding it pre-seed, and the update is now the revenue going nearly 300% and join accelerator program. We have also Lister, education platform for language, get the angel investor, and now join Antler program and get invested. And we have also Lingotalk. Lingotalk is education platform for languages. This is a seed funding and update, cut investment and angel round through program backup and raise another round for seed. And also we have Ekosistem. Ekosistem is end-to-end waste management startup. The update revenue growth 12 times in 2021 and raise seed investment led by BIC. We also have Atau Urin, technology startup focuses in tourism, and now this startup with interactive virtual tour with Traveloka, partner with Kemenparekraf and local government to support tourism. We also have Jahitin. Jahitin is connecting home tailor with customer who needed showing services. The company already revenue the increasing revenue 3 times and now partner with companies such as Telkom and Garuda. We also have Hai Pajak. Hai Pajak is tax management application for business. The update raised seed investment by 9082 ventures and revenue growth by 100 times. Next. Yes, this is the program of our program in 2022. Next, because of a pandemic and our budget is cut, so our program is not fully incubator program, but like a workshop in Papua. We have program in Manowari in Sorong, and surprisingly attended by 100 participants and very enthusiastic in that area. And from the successful program, although there is very short, we know that Freeport interesting to give CSR to next program in Papua area. That's all from our presentation. We can further discuss later. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Stuti. It was great to learn about Indonesia's startup ecosystem. So India has more than 100 unicorn startups, which are valued at more than $1 billion US, and ASEAN has around 35. This number is supposed to grow rapidly in the coming years. So this is a great space to talk about ways that we can collaborate to sort of give impetus to this startup ecosystem. I'd like to open with a question to all our speakers. So India is an extremely data-rich country, and Singapore is very well known for its cutting-edge technology. Indonesia seems to be a mix of both. So what are some areas of collaboration that you see going ahead? Specifically, if you can talk about collaborative R&D, that would be great, because even though we see a lot of institutes and universities collaborating across the globe, collaborative R&D is not something that happens a lot. So, Mr. Sharma, if you could maybe start.
Yeah, so particularly if we talk about India, we have strong base in software and the data-driven technologies. We are also growing in other areas like agri-tech, med-tech, but that will take some time for us to mature to certain extent. So definitely, I think in almost all sectors, we are open for the collaborations, because particularly if I talk about the SIIC, we have more than 140 companies incubated, which are into various domains. So we are open for collaboration in each domain and the technologies, because as a TBI, that is Technology Business Incubator, we are more focused towards hardware technologies, but also we have software driven infrastructure and the associated startups. So I'm open for any kind of collaborations we can have with ASEAN countries. In fact, we have PhD and MTech student exchange program already in place, where a lot of students from ASEAN countries come to IIT Kanpur for getting their degrees. So the same I can think we can extend it to various startups, where we can learn from each the incubator which are in different ASEAN countries, what they are doing best, so that we can adopt those practices in India. And same we can elaborate what we are doing in India, so that the cross-cultural and technological interaction will happen.
Thank you. Actually, as Indonesia have many potential, but still behind from India, we're looking forward to collaborate with India in terms of R&D or also incubation system, or we're looking forward for it. Thank you.
So I think to add to that, Singapore plays a very pivotal role as that cusp between India and Indonesia, where India offers the ability to develop the high-tech technologies, and Indonesia offers a big market. Singapore offers that gateway to ASEAN and India both, from a perspective of geopolitically being based, physically being based, and also having the ability to host a very large number of funds which help the incubators on one side and expand into the markets in the other side. That's where I presume Singapore plays a pivotal role in my opinion. Thanks.
Thank you. Those are some really great answers, and I think it's up to the people in this room to take forward such conversations and work towards collaboration. With that, I'd request Mr. Kapahi please to give his presentation, and post his presentation, the floor would be open if any of you all want to ask questions to Mr. Kapahi or any other of our speakers on their presentations or the answers that they just gave. So please feel free, raise your hand. Mr. Kapahi, you can go ahead. Thanks.
I'll do it myself. I prefer doing it.
Thank you. I want to thank BRIN, ASEAN Secretariat and the Government of India for giving this opportunity. Salamat Pigi, good morning, everyone. fellow dignitaries, speakers, and friends. Before I start my presentation, let me just add that Professor Amitabh has taken half of my presentation. You know, half of the slides that I was going to present, I realized that he's already said that all. So I probably will not take so much of your time. What you have here is a value system of an organization. And when I say a value system, you just read the top part of it, what it says. And this is very important for most of the startups to understand. We exist to make our customers' lives better. This organization happens to be one of the world's largest organizations, valued at $1.3 trillion. It employs 1.6 million people. I'm talking about Amazon here. Now, the point I'm trying to make here, and I'm setting up some narratives here, is that the startups need to focus on value creation and not valuation. The latter follows, as long as you have a strong value creation. Okay, a disclaimer from my side. None of this work is proprietary to me. It's all available on public domain. So please feel free to look up and you can validate some of this stuff. Okay, what I have here is a problem that was solved. So 125 years of telecom revolution. What you see is the phones have become much smaller. They're no more just phones. You know, the problem that we have solved is much bigger than the second problem that we have here. Okay, your power generator looks pretty much the same. And it looks the same because the problem solved here is very different from the problem solved earlier. So your problem statement is very important as to what you're solving. Professor, I think, already said that. So you identify a problem, solve that. Okay. The first point I made was about value creation. The second point I'm trying to make here is, and if you see here, Nokia, it didn't survive because it didn't change. It didn't innovate fast enough. So my second narrative is that innovation, like change, is a constant process. You can't just say that I've innovated today and forget about it. You need to continuously, constantly keep innovating in order to survive. There are various examples here. So, I mean, I've given you an example of Nokia. Many of you would have heard of a company called Orkut. Anybody knows Orkut? When Facebook came, Orkut went, right? That's the second example. Yahoo is another example. When Google came, it washed away Yahoo. So it's constant innovation. All right, let me deep dive into the startup ecosystem. That's my topic for today. Just before I start on this, let me also say that India has 75,000 startups. I mean, just a comparison between India and ASEAN. ASEAN probably has about 22 to 25,000. And these are figures that are public figures. I've just extrapolated these figures. Singapore has 11 unicorns, 4,652 startups, more or less, 629 investors, 225 incubators and accelerators. The startup ecosystem in Singapore is 4th in Asia. It has 17th position globally. It is valued at 22.5 billion, higher than the global average of 13.68. The focus here is fintech, clean tech, agri-tech, and food. Okay, so these are some of the unicorns that Singapore has produced, either produced or relocated them. So Razor is a, let's look at, okay, Grab is a classic example of a startup that was incubated in Malaysia and it moved to Singapore. What makes Singapore startup ecosystem so unique? It's the pool of people, it's the quality of entrepreneurial education, the funding, accessibility to entrepreneurial capital, GovTech, government capital, private equity, debt, grants, etc., and the policy. Okay, best practices in developing a startup ecosystem. The economic value that a startup ecosystem brings is far greater than traditional industries. So there is an incentive for governments to relocate startups into their ecosystems or into their jurisdiction. I have tried to simplify the best practices by using, Philip Kotler's 4 Ps, the 4 Ps of marketing, but all the 4 Ps don't fit in here properly. But we have people, place, policy, and the third P is public-private partnership. So I have 6 Ps. All right, so the startup ecosystem includes stakeholders, institutions, agreements, market that helps establish and grow the startup ecosystem. The talent attraction is a very important part of this. Now, Singapore has a network of 6 public universities and 5 polytechnics. In addition to that, and this is the interesting part, Singapore attracts talent from outside. A very large number of talent from outside, and there are the various reasons, and I will go into the details of how it does that. Government programs, policies, and regulation, investors such as VCs, incubators, accelerators, hackathons, and pitch competitions. Many of the startups here would have heard of the Slingshot, which happened, I think, last week. 7,500 startups had participated in it, and 50 of those top startups were funded by Singapore to visit Singapore and present and be based in Singapore and expand from Singapore. Then we have educational institutes that produce talent, digital infrastructure, supporting businesses, and success stories. So one success story creates another success story, and Grab is a classic example of that. Okay, this is what I was talking about, Slingshot. The total amount of prize money involved here is in excess of $1.2 million. So, I mean, there is a big incentive for startups to participate here. All right, factors contributing to the performance of startup ecosystems. The overall wealth generated by startups is over $3 trillion, which is almost the size of a large country like India. So there is obviously an incentive for countries to base startups there. As I've mentioned earlier, you know, the economic impact that startups have is disproportionate. So ease of doing business. Okay, it takes less than 2 procedures and 1.5 days to set up an organization in Singapore. The paid up capital requirement is $1. There's low cost of, you know, application cost and all of that. Singapore is also rated by the World Bank for ease of doing business as second. It's in the top 30 for obtaining credits, resolving bankruptcies, registering property, and getting electricity. I mean, that's interesting. Top 3 countries in the Global Competitiveness Index by the World Economic Forum. And that's sort of, let me just go there. It fares particularly well in enforcing contracts, setting up businesses, obtaining construction permits, and protecting minority interests. High quality of infrastructure. Singapore is ranked first in terms of infrastructure from 221 cities. When I talk about infrastructure, we talk about stuff like electricity, water availability, info communication, public transport, traffic congestion, airport effectiveness, and strong connection with global cities. It's ranked 7th on the World Bank Logistics Performance Index, 6th infrastructure. Okay, now while physical infrastructure does not matter for startups, international connectivity does. And I'll give you a classic example. I was talking to one of the funds, and they said, we are going to base ourselves in Singapore and not Indonesia. The reason was that our developers are all in Bangalore, and our teams have to visit them. So it's not convenient for them to take a flight out of Jakarta and get there. And it's while on a daily basis, they have dozens of flights that are flying in and out. I missed my flight yesterday coming here. And that's another example. I missed my flight here because I had an important meeting in the morning that I couldn't avoid. And I was able to reschedule my flight in 3 hours without any trouble and get on the next flight available. So, I mean, that's connectivity. In the Asian Digital Performance Index of the EIU, Economic Intelligence Unit, Singapore is ranked first in Asia for digital infrastructure, 4G network coverage, and investment in ICT and ICT laws. Taxation. Now that's the interesting part. Corporate taxes are at 17%, but there are tax breaks. So if you're in the right industry, right sector, you can get a tax break for 10%. There is double taxation agreements with several countries, so which is an incentive for most funds and home offices to be based out of Singapore. Then there is no capital gain tax, multi-layer tax holidays for startups in certain sectors. In general, all startups get 3 years of tax benefit anyways. Lastly, low income tax for people. Now, the low income tax offsets the high cost of living in Singapore, and that's how they attract talent. Now, this is a very important one. Intellectual property rights. Now, this is essentially to do with patents, trademarks, copyrights, and trade secret protections, etc., etc. Singapore has a very strong IP protection law, so that is a big incentive for the local companies to set up there. It is also an incentive for foreign companies to come and set up in Singapore because they know that they are protected. It is also an incentive for multinational companies to come and base themselves there, especially the ones who are focusing on R&D. Now, what that also does is when MNCs come and base there, they also attract talent. They attract talent, they help build the local pool of talent by collaborating with the universities and institutions locally, which creates more talent. Now, interestingly, Singapore has also an immigration, but the emigration, which is they lose talent, but the net of people coming in versus going out is much higher when it comes to in-growth. The MNCs who come in, obviously, they do collaborative programs with the universities, etc. Now that helps bring in other MNCs. I mean, there is always a spiral effect, and that's essentially how the Singapore ecosystem works. Okay, funding for startups is a very important thing. Now, startups do not have access to traditional funds, so they need risk capital. And for Singapore, the number of funding providers is anything between 284 to 476, depending on who you get the figure from, which includes venture capitalists, micro VCs, private equity firms, accelerators, family investment offices, and about 143 incubators and accelerators for a country which is the size of 5.5 million people. I mean, that's a huge number. The amount of capital available for startups has been growing. It is today at 4.92 billion. In 2021, which is last year, the total number of private equity and venture capital investments were approximately 303, and the deal size was 16.54 billion. Talent. The Human Capital Index of World Bank ranked Singapore first out of 157 countries. Digital Transformation Index for Singapore is ranked fourth, and it is after Korea, Japan, Hong Kong, and China. Singapore has 15,000 students 1/3 of its intake, in fact, I would be wrong, it would be 1/5 of the intake is foreign students who come and study here and then base themselves here. Graduates have a positive attitude towards working in startups, which eases the talent shortage problem. It attracts highly skilled talent from other countries because of tax benefits, and obviously the salaries offered in Singapore are higher than the region, and it offsets against the taxation that they have. It has public institutions and higher learning autonomous bodies. There are 6 universities, 5 polytechnics, and Singapore incubates startups with corporates. One of the classic example that I give people is of Block 71, which was incubated in 2011. With NUS, it has about 800 startups and 50 VCs now in the Singapore premises. This has also, Block 71 has also been set up in Indonesia. I believe they have 3 facilities in Indonesia. They have a facility in San Francisco, and they have a facility in Vietnam. So that's a classic example of a university-industry collaboration. Okay, so buzzwords. I kind of like to use buzzwords. So hyper-local venture investment model. What this means is that you really relocate a business from anywhere in the world into Singapore and help them to expand regionally. That's what Singapore thrives on. I'm taking an example of this organization called Startup O. Startup O is it's a fund manager, incubator, accelerator, GTM, everything put together. They work with they have an ecosystem of 2,700 startups across the region, globally, across 47 countries, and they help these companies land in Singapore and expand to the ASEAN countries. Okay, I realized my presentation was very wordy, so I said I should end up with a picture so that there is some recollection of me afterwards. So insanity, doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. I like to recollect I like to correct myself here. I did a little bit of research before putting the slide on, and I realized that this is actually not a quote by Albert Einstein. So just correct me on this. When you do this, when you think the way you think, you will do what you have done, and you will get what you will always get. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Kapahi. So now the floor is open for audience questions. We can take probably 1 or 2 maximum. So does anybody have questions? You can raise your hand and I can bring the mic to you. Any questions? Okay.
My question is for Mr. Ashish. So just some any insights on what kind of I hear there's a lot of risk capital provided by the government of Singapore, which kind of absorbs the initial losses for startup financing. So any insights on what kind of program it is and how it works, the details of that?
Sorry, I think the other mic doesn't seem to be working so well.
Can you hear me? That had some impact. Okay. Yes, that's an interesting question. So I'll give you examples of real-time examples of what Singapore does. So Enterprise Singapore has programs that they run. In particular, they had a program called the IMAP program. I don't know what it's called now, but essentially startups and scale-ups who are looking to expand out of Singapore, not just organizations that are, sort of looking to do business in Singapore, but the ones looking to expand. They fund up to 70% of their expenses for any sort of ventures that they do overseas. Now, whether that's setting up an office, whether that is hiring people there, whether that is participating in exhibitions, joint ventures, etc. Now, these things mean a lot to startups. It offsets the cost that they have. So they may not come in directly and invest in them, but they will offset the costs and they will be benchmarked against certain results. So the Singapore government various agencies, whether it's EDB or ESG and the other accelerators there, they benchmark some of this investment that they do into them with certain performance measurements. And you would find that all these programs have limited time on them. It's not like that these are indefinite programs and you can just come in and keep taking these programs all throughout. So 2-3 years, they would help them scale using these programs. This is in addition to the risk capital that is available, the 476 odd VCs that we spoke about. The VCs also run programs with various universities and government organizations. Like I think the one that we spoke about, somebody mentioned, was Innovate Here. That is a joint venture program, with the government and the VCs coming in together. Have I answered your question? Thank you.
Okay, maybe one more last question, if there is any. Okay, then we can just move on to our closing statements. So fostering a good startup ecosystem often means leveling the playing field. Any person from any city, from any socioeconomic background must have access to maybe the same opportunities to start a business. And like Mr. Kapai said, that it requires 1.5 business days to set up a business in Singapore, and that definitely speaks to the level of access that exists in starting a business. India's government has funded incubators at premier institutions like IIT, and the Indonesian government has an excellent startup accelerating program. So I would encourage all of you to take this conversation forward. So with that, Mr. Sharma, if you'd like to give some closing remarks, we can go to each of the speakers.
Thank you. So if you see the complete startup ecosystem, there are 4 major players. You can put them in 4 different quadrants. So one is the government, and then second is incubator, then third is your policies which are supporting the startup ecosystem, and fourth is the money, that means the source of fund. So if you club all 4, the center of that is the startup. So if you get right kind of government support and you are incubated in a right incubator where you get the technology support and all those things, with right policy intervention for startup ecosystem, and you get right funding at right time, there will be no chance that a startup is going to fail. So in IIT Kanpur, we have tried to match all 4 quadrants for the startup. And as of now, our success ratio is more than 80%. So I think that if we have best practices in all these 4 quadrants where we have the right government intervention and we have good incubator support system, then the policies where the startup get incentives in terms of tax holidays or the access to the market. Say, for example, in India, the startups get support in government tendering process up to 25% of the total tender value. So in that way, they get some encouragement that yes, the government is supporting the startups, and they are encouraged to further come up with a strong technological support. And of course, money is something which is always required, starting from your idea to scale up. So at every point, if you give right financial support, they will really grow into a unicorn in days' times. So that's the closing remark from my side.
Thank you. I think I concur with Professor whatever he said. I just like to add one more thing. Majority of the startups that fail because of pathway to the market or access to market. So if you have a proper structured program which takes the startups or the scale-ups to the markets and provide them the access to markets, that would help the startups. Funds is important. Digital infrastructure is the third thing which I think is very important for startups. And intellectual property protection, I think is one of the most important things why people are scared of going into particular markets. I'll give you an example. About 4 years ago, we had, many of you here would have known of a company called Zoho. Anybody knows Zoho here? It's a company which incubated out of India, but it's based out of the US now. It also has a subsidiary called Manage Engine, which is more the enterprise side of things. They had set up an office in Vietnam, and they had started doing business with a local partner there. To their surprise, the technology partner was so smart, and I mean, I have to give it off. The programming capability that Vietnam has today is excellent. So the partner had actually broken their codes, and they had started selling their product under their names. Imagine the classic. Now they didn't know how to, they didn't have a recourse of going back and fighting with the partner, because that the partner was essentially managing their entire business, and they didn't understand the legalities. So they had to sort of thrive through the market, and the way they did it, and it's an interesting way that they did it. They found a partner that was much bigger than this partner, ethical, and appointed that partner to do business for them. Now, this partner who was appointed then made sure that the first partner who had broken the codes fell in line with them. So it's interesting, when you go outside of a particular country and when you try to do business, your intellectual property rights can be violated. And if there is a good patent intellectual property regime in markets, that really helps. These were the two points I think I just wanted to add on to what Professor said.
Thank you. Also, I agree with the two speakers before. Number one is about collaboration. I think all startup ecosystem will be smoothly goes if the ecosystem is support each other of collaboration. And number two is our president a few days ago is last month maybe opening startup digital and said that 80 until 90% startup is not survive in Indonesia, because when they build the startup, they're not knowing the market, as Professor said. So this is very important to know the market first. To IP is very important right now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now with that, we're at the end of the session. So thank you, our speakers, for giving us your valuable time. And thanks to the audience. Hope you have a good day ahead. Thanks. So I'd request our speakers to come back on stage again because we have to click a photo. So please, if you don't mind.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of the seminar session 1. I'm thankful to all distinguished guests and speakers. We will have a lunch break until 2 p.m. and we will come back to this room to continue our seminar session. Speaker ASEAN and Indonesian delegation can enjoy lunch at room 3 next to this room. For startup, the lunch will be distributed to your booth. And for your information, for anyone are going to do Friday prayer, there is a mosque in this area, and Mr. Rudy will guide you. The shuttle bus to mosque can be found in the main entrance or lobby. The shuttle bus will depart at 11:30 a.m. Thank you and see you at 2 p.m. Good afternoon. Welcome back to our forum. We are going to start our seminar session 2. Excellencies, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Now we are entering the seminar session 2. This seminar will discuss about initiative, program, and policies for developing startup ecosystem. To start this session, I would like to invite Mr. Iwanda Wisnuwardana as moderator. He is Head of Research Center for Cooperative Corporation and People Economy National Research and Innovation Agency, BRIN Indonesia. He is a public policy professional with 21 years of substantial experience designing, leading, advocating, and implementing a broad range of policy initiatives in the public sector, corporation, and civil society organization. Before joining BRIN, he worked as a researcher at the Fiscal Policy Agency, Indonesia Ministry of Finance. He earned a PhD in Public Policy and Political Economy from the University of Texas at Dallas. Please welcome Mr. Irwanda Wisnuwardana. Floor is yours.
Thank you, MC, for a generous compliment. Thank you for having me here. I would like to moderate our session this afternoon. I guess everyone is sleepy? No? So I'm going to ask you, who are the entrepreneurs here? Please raise your hand. No one? Entrepreneurs? No co-founders? Oh, all right. We have 2 in the room. Only 2 or 3? And the rest of us are? Who are you? Government officials? Wow, it's very bad actually. We are talking policies with the government officials without listening to the co-founders. Anyway, okay, please clap for ourselves, for all of us. Today we are going to discuss about a very hot topic right now, initiative programs and policies for developing startup ecosystem. It's very hot because everyone now demanding this kind of access to funding, access to technology, right? So not only Indonesian case, I guess so in Thailand, in Malaysia, and also in Myanmar and other Asian countries, including also India. So we are going to invite our experts from 3 countries to share their ideas from 3 different perspectives. The first one is going to share the story from the National Science and Technology Development Agency from Thailand. Please, Mr. Prisda Hiranapurna, join me on the stage. The second guy will be from Cradle Fund, from Malaysia, our neighbor country, very close. Please, Pak Ahmad Kasfi bin Abdullah Alwi. And the last person on the board, on the spotlight, is, correct me if I'm wrong, Piao Kiao Tu. Right? Okay. From Department of Technical and Vocational Education and Training, Myanmar. Thank you for joining me here. I would like to give each of you 15 minutes presentation, starting from Pak Prisda. Yeah, I will call Pak, okay? Pak Prisda, Pak Ash, and Pak Piao, okay? It's okay? That's our local wisdom. Instead of Mr., it's better to use Pak. Or Bu. Do you want Bu or Pak? You knew already, okay? Very good. You're going to stay here longer. Okay, 15 minutes from Pak Prisda, and then Pak Aish, and then last one is Pak Piao. Please, Pak, 15 minutes for you now. Oh, that's all right. All right.
Hello, you hear me right? Okay, I'm Prisda from National Science and Technology Development Agency of Thailand. Okay, I've got 3 things to share for you today. First one is about a new initiative. The second one is about ecosystem of Thailand for the startup. And the last one is about maturity model of technology business incubators, right? Okay. Okay.
Is anyone in the behind can listen clearly? Oh, please, Pak.
Okay.
Speak louder, Pak.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
Okay. Don't start to sing.
Okay. Right. Okay. Refer to this morning, like Professor Sharma told us already that what exactly business incubators do. So I just recap a bit. By the way, the incubation system is not complicated. The basic things is all the same. It's not different. They have a training course. They have a consultant service. They have diagnosis service. They have business matching and exhibition, something like that. And also, they have facility. They have infrastructure. They have rental space. That's the basic. But more than that, the most important things is the program inside. And the program inside, from this picture, you will see that we do something like we got a new initiative every year. So the program must be dynamic to the real world. And of course, we follow by the global trend. And the global trend must be led by the marketing or technology or whatever. We have to study about that. But more than that, of course, Thailand's government, they follow by the global trend as well. And we, of course, we are the government agency. We need budget. We need money to running things. So we have to follow by the government policy. So if you can initiative some project which is hit the KPI of the government, so you got that. And you do the platform, select the highlight program and do whatever, what you call incubation platform or acceleration platform, you will do in the right box. And you cannot do that alone. You need networks. And the networks is, it's not just something like the paper in the MOU. You must do something like in every partner, you can add value each other. And the network must be in or whatever government, private sector, corporate, or of course, international. Okay, I've got you some example of the successful program from Thailand. We call that Startup Thailand. This project is NASDA initiative committee many years ago. And after that, we run this program leading by the National Innovation Agency of Thailand, right? And we are one of the core team running that. This is happen, okay. We build up the awareness of the Thai people. Most of them don't know what is startup, and some of them never heard about it. So we just PR it. Okay, on social network, on television, or whatever. Okay, it's getting better. Many people knows it. After that, also doing business. This one is Mr. Kabahi already told you about that. Okay, thank you, Mr. Kabahi. And for that one, we found that most of them are scientists who want to be startup, technician, engineer, they're all good as they are, but they didn't know anything about how to run business. So we got many programs. Okay, he already told about that. Okay, we going to the next one is we straighten up ecosystem. We build a good ecosystem. Yes, I said good ecosystem. I will tell you later what does it mean good. The other one is the incentive and support. You can call that policy. Yeah, like in the morning, you got people, place, policy. That's one of the things in policy. We need to change something which is old-fashioned. Okay. This is the Thailand startup ecosystem in 2013. You can count it with your all fingers. It's tiny, but better than nothing. Jump up to 15. Yes, it's bigger. Then to 18. Well done. It's much bigger. And after that, great. It's much, much bigger. But we're asking ourselves, it is big, but is it good? Then we analyze it, we summarize it, and we categorize it. And that's come up with this one here. We just put the right things, the right one, in the right box. And we link with the right bridge. So it's running smoothly at the moment. Okay, but the challenge, yeah, it's the law and regulation. I don't have much solution for this, but we need to review the new law and regulation, and we try to approach to the government. We are not finished with this one yet, but we're still doing it. So just do it. Do it again and again, over and over. But please, don't do the same things. I didn't say it, Einstein said. The other one is a sandbox. We don't have many sandbox in Thailand. I can't remember how many we got, but at NASDAQ we have 2, one in Thailand Science Park and the other in the Eastern Economic of Corridor Innovation. That's a heaven of startup. And this is the nationwide entrepreneurial university. This is the policy that we are talking about today. In Thailand, we have almost 100 incubators around the country. Imagine if you want to build startup, many numbers to be select, 100 around the country. If we can drive them to do something like this, it will be level up for the whole country. It's not only central of country or only Bangkok, but it's for the whole country. So that we created a program called maturity model for incubators. What we do, we're going to visit every incubators. Yeah, I use the lovely words, visit. We visit them and we analyze them. We're not coming alone, we're coming with a world-class expert who has been advised for more than 50 countries around the world about incubators maturity model, and advice to the government who running about development of entrepreneur in their country for more than 50 countries. Come with us. And we study them in many, many ways. We have 76 criteria, and platform to study with them. After that, we got something like this. This is, for example, so we know every step of every incubators, what is their strength, their weakness, what their opportunity, and many things. When we analyze that, and it's come out with the strategic strategic plan, and then it's come with the improvement way and opportunity. It's come with the policy recommendation, and this is what we are studying about. And we also are doing something called our co-incorporation program with many countries, like in IASP with the Abinet, and also with the APEC startup. And that is all about. Thank you. And thank you.
Thank you so much, Pak Presda. I remember when I studied my PhD in the States back in 2012, my roommate was a Thai scholar, and he always playing games every day. While I was doing my statistics, regression, a lot of things,
Yep.
he was just playing games because he did PhD in video games. Yeah. So it seems that Thailand is quite advanced in allowing anyone to study in the creative area industry, including the advancement of the startup. So I would like to visit Bangkok someday and to learn from you.
Let me know.
All right. So we got the idea from Thailand, and then we can continue to our honorable guest here, Pak Ash. Right, Pak Ash, or something like that. Please, Pak Ash, please give a round of applause to him.
So loud. Hello, hi, good afternoon. I know that this is going to be a very challenging session because it's after lunch, right? But please bear with me. Speaking of lunch, we had a hearty lunch at Nasi Padang Sederhana. Was really good. You know, Indonesia, you've done that really, really right. So, really great. After lunch, as we were all standing outside of the restaurant waiting for our car, I was fortunate to witness a small incident, right? So, there was this Gojek rider about to leave the premise, and she parked in front of the restaurant. And she was scrambling for small change, right? And then the parking attendant came over, tapped lightly on her shoulder and said, "Gak apa-apa, Bu, Gojek." Then she left, right? So that small incident really warmed my heart because, you know, in our excitement, in our drive to search for the next unicorn or unicorns, right? We tend to forget that maybe we should be focusing on building institutions or companies with impact or institutions with heart. And I think Gojek has done a really great job in weaving those core values in the fabric of the Indonesian society. So that is what I'm going to talk about today. I'm going to talk about impact, right? But we know that it's never an easy endeavor to create companies, right? So according to statistics, that in 2019, the failure rate of startups was around 90%. 9 out of 10 startups are destined to fail. On the other hand, the success rate of launching rockets into space is at 94%. So if you weigh that, and I'm not saying that launching rockets into space is an easy endeavor, but we can all agree that to build companies is really, really difficult. It's really, really hard. right? Let's not talk about unicorns, but building companies with very strong fundamentals is challenging indeed. But then again, with the grim odds, there's still a glimmer of hope, because we know that 57% of the world's unicorns come from outside the United States. And furthermore, 50% of unicorn founders in Silicon Valley are foreign-born. I can prove that. In ASEAN, at the moment, we have 46. In ASEAN, we have 46 unicorns. In China, 312 unicorns. In India, 107 unicorns. Total that up together, you have 465 in the Asian region. Silicon Valley, 685. So when we look at it from a bigger or an overall perspective, that we're not doing as bad as what we all think. I know that a lot of people will disagree with me, right? But perhaps benchmarking ourselves against Silicon Valley is a 1.0 mindset. We have so much that we can do. We have so much resources here in the ASEAN market. And so we know that, according to research, that ASEAN is increasingly becoming a hotspot for startups and also for investors. First being that we have a thriving startup ecosystem, because the relative abundance of startups and unicorns in ASEAN are an important factor in stimulating FDI inflows into this region. And secondly, we have a very virtuous environment for collaborations, right? Because we know that in their regionalization efforts, startups and unicorns play a critical role in connecting markets and also countries. And of course, we know that it's also an investable market here in ASEAN. Last year, the total FDI inflows into this region is about 174 billion USD. That's a 42% increase, close to pre-pandemic levels. And it's all driven by the creation of unicorns and also the stimulation of the startup economy. Despite the panic or the situation in other markets vis-a-vis the funding winter, the rising inflation, the slow economic situation or slow economic growth in China, the war in Ukraine, and so on and so forth. But data has showed us that it has no impact whatsoever in ASEAN, right? So if you zoom in, and look at Malaysia, right? We're a small market, really. Malaysia with a population of 32.8 million people. Internet penetration at about 90%. Smartphone penetration is also almost 90%. Now GDP is about USD 320 billion, right? Forecasted by the end of 2022. So essentially, Malaysia is also a flush and virtuous ecosystem for startups to thrive because of their high internet penetration rate and also for the high smartphone penetration rate as well. But that is not enough. And so last year in 2021, Malaysia, we launched a roadmap called the Startup Ecosystem Roadmap, or SUPER. So it's a 10-year roadmap, right? And we are very clear on our aspiration as a country to become one of the top 20 startup ecosystems in the world. At the moment, we are only top 25 emerging market. We are only number 15 for funding for emerging countries. But then again, having a blueprint or a framework is not enough because the devil is in the details, and of course, we need to execute it flawlessly as an ecosystem. And of course, the Malaysia startup ecosystem has identified 5 critical challenges. Our journey has not been easy and will not be easy in the next couple of years. Luckily, the framework or the blueprint is until 2030. First being that we lack private sector driven funding or corporate sector participation in the startup ecosystem. Secondly, there is insufficient local and foreign talent with the relevant technical and digital skills, right, to build stuff, to drive innovation, to launch more companies. So here's the thing. We know that we have a sizable talent pool, but we're losing our talent to the bigger companies like Microsoft, Google, and the rest, right? Or they work remotely for other countries. And with the pandemic, we've seen that a lot of our talent has been working, remotely or chose to work for remote companies, not in Malaysia. Thirdly, there's an unclear path from ideation to commercialization for startups. An idea, then what? And I'm talking about early stage startups, not the more mature and the growth stage startups, right? Policy and regulations, that our current policy and regulations are not conducive for our startups to thrive. And therefore, we've come up with several initiatives like our National Sandbox program, right? A hackathon program which allows, the winners of those hackathons to work closely with government agencies and also ministries. So those are, some of the low-hanging fruits that we're working on at the moment. And also, last but not least, that we lack market validation support and cross-border market penetration. And this is why when I first invited to give this talk, I was really excited, really keen, because I strongly believe that we can't do this alone, right? I mean, we need to seek for valuable collaborations to co-create value in the startup ecosystem, not just for Malaysia, not just for other countries, but for ASEAN. And so, after looking at those challenges, I mean, of course, we needed to see, what sort of interventions or what sort of programs that we can run to assist early stage startups in Malaysia. And so, looking at the journey or the typical life cycle of startups, we crafted bespoke programs starting from ideation all the way to the growth stage or the scale stage for startups. And so in February this year, we launched an initiative called My Startup. So My Startup consists of 5 main components. The first component being ideation-based programs, because we believe that ideas are the impetus for greater things, right? And so we ran hackathons, or a national level hackathon called My Hackathon, right? But it is no ordinary hackathon. It is not just a coloring contest. But the problem statements were curated from various agencies and also ministries in Malaysia. And the winners of this hackathon will be able to pilot their solutions and services within the agencies and sort of environments of the ministries. Secondly, our capacity building programs. Not too long ago, we had no mentorship program. We had no internship placement programs. We were just, because I was also a failed entrepreneur before, we had to wing it, right? We had to learn from various sources, from the internet, from YouTube, talking to friends, and I can tell you most of the advice is just rubbish, right? And so because of that, we are currently running 2 programs. The first is the My Startup internship program, because we know it's very difficult to get talents to work in startups. And so we match interns to startup founders. And hopefully that will inspire them to stay on with the company and or build their own ventures. Secondly is the My Startup mentorship program, where we match mentors with startup founders. The third component is the pre-accelerator program. So the pre-accelerator program is a structured program targeted early stage startups in developing their MVPs, crafting the business models, seeking to validate their assumptions, and so on and so forth, right? And for the accelerator program, it's a more mature program which targets, it's a more solid program which targets more mature startups seeking to fundraise and so on and so forth. So just a brief overview of the ideation based program. So we have the My Hackathon, which is the national level hackathon, which is being run twice a year. And then we have the My Startup Hackathons, which are corporate led because we want to attract more corporates to work with startups and also to participate in the startup innovation ecosystem in Malaysia. Capacity building programs, as I've mentioned, the My Startup Internship Program and also the My Startup Mentorship Program, where Cradle Fund subsidizes these programs.
Pak Ash, you have 2 minutes left.
2 minutes left.
Yes.
There you go, there you go, there you go. Right, so we have the pre-accelerator program and also the accelerator program and also the portal. So at the moment, we managed to list about 2,500 startups on the portal, and then it's also aimed to be a marketplace for startups to seek for investments from investors listed on the portal and vice versa. But I think the greatest validation in less than 12 months of our existence is that our startups have managed to receive investments. 6 of our startups, to be exact, have managed to raise about 1.5 mil. Small money, but that's not the point. The point is that what we are essentially building is an ecosystem, a virtuous ecosystem for our startups to thrive that would attract corporate participation and also would clear the way by building go-to-market channels, not just within Malaysia, but also other parts of ASEAN as well, right? So before I end, I just want to say that I strongly believe that if we work together as one single ecosystem, I think, right, we will give rise to more impactful startups. And I also believe that there are multiple points into ASEAN and not just within by one country. So having said that, right, my call to action to all of you is that let's explore this collaborative effort and focus on creating more institutions with heart, more institutions that would drive impact, that would impact the people like the lady Gojek driver earlier. We focus on impact, the rest is all fluff. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pak Ash. If there is a proposal that we are going to build an Asian-based startup, I will vote you for the CMO. Chief of Marketing Officer, very convincing. Please give a round of applause to him. All right, so we have the last honor of guests, and then, of course, we save the last for the best, Pak. So don't worry. Please, Pak Pia. Okay. Pak Pia from Myanmar. Okay, please give a round of applause to him. Thank you so much.
Very good afternoon. Nice to meet you all. So today I would like to present about the initiative program and policy for developing startup ecosystem. So before the presentation, I would like to a little bit introduce myself and Dr. Bijadu write out the curriculum development session from the Ministry of Science and Technology. So today in my presentation, there are the six parts. First is the introduction to ecosystem in Myanmar. Second is the initiative program for developing startup ecosystem. Third is the policy for startup ecosystem. Fourth is the challenges for the developing of startup ecosystem. Fifth is conclusion with SWOT analysis for the developing ecosystem. And finally is the way forward for the startup ecosystem of the Myanmar. So this is the objective of the today presentation. First is to know about the policy for the startup ecosystem of Myanmar. Second is to know about some initiative program for startup ecosystem of Myanmar and issue and challenges. So that is to know the way forward or the development of the ecosystem of the Myanmar. So the 2030, so Myanmar, our country, open the door. No? So Myanmar startup ecosystem had been slowly but steadily growing at the time. So investors look the Myanmar due to being because the last frontier of the world. So for every country, for any startup ecosystem to be success, the end partner, the trade land, investment, and regulatory supports are really needed. This is the truth. So in here, I would like to highlight at the time the two examples of the standard ecosystem in our country. First is the frontier. This frontier is the local internet service provider with the US 30 million investment. The second is the with money, is the state or the local fintech status with the US 17 million investment. But on the other hand, at the time, many local investors are still focusing on the brick and mortar business, such as the jewel shop, foods and barrel shops, retail shop. So, but our status system is growing steadily. Next, I would like to highlight the frontier. This frontier is the technology seed accelerator based in Yangon. So it is founded in 2016, and then the frontier provides funding and training for each student, and also conduct the training, host workshop, and host competition for students within the digital center. So 2 years later, 2018, this frontier company is running over 100 events on annual, based to the promote and foster the local startup ecosystem. So the conclusion for the introduction is that due to such events, many young investors, professionals are not only joining startup event, but also the founding the economy. So due to the COVID-19 pandemic, Myanmar has one of the fastest internet development in the South Asian nation, with one of the highest smartphone adoption rates. So next, I would like to what are the initiative program for the developing startup ecosystem in Myanmar. So in here, this is our country profile for the overview. What is the internet for the economy? There is the entrepreneur is maybe the World Trade 127, and the innovation is the world ranking 139. Other hand, on the society, the internet usage is 31%, smartphone usage is there 40% at the time. For the startup ecosystem, we have the 8 country ranking, 106 ranking in the global range, and then the population is the 55.2 million. So this is the top emerging startups in our country. So the first fintech is the 8 different types of fintechs, and then e-commerce and retail. There is the 8 another startup, top startup, and software and development is the 3 startups at the time. So I would like to highlight the startup showcase of our country is the with money. So the 2016, we had the this waste is joint venture of the between Telenos and Jumaban. So at the time, the with money assemblies to reach and penetration to the stronghold 50,000 agents all around the country. So because the if they initially solve the problem of the domestic remittance, it can contribute significantly to the larger financial inclusion problem of the Myanmar. So in 2020, this is the global fintech powerhouse. EMT Financial Group began the second and largest shareholder. So at the time, the way money is the mobile application for the WePay. So this is our very showcase of the status system in our country. So from this status, we have the conclude with the 3 main categories in our country. Focus industry is the education test, fintech, and health test. So the education test is the really needed. Fintech is the very high demand. Another health test is there with the tremendous demand in our country. So this is our current condition of the startup ecosystem in Myanmar. So in here you can see the many startup applications are nowadays for the banking service, for the fintech, for the gift campaign for the offenders. Another is the e-commerce. There are so many e-commerce standard program are there, and then there could pay, and then there simply healthcare and other educational tests are there. So this is the current condition of the standard ecosystem in Myanmar. So next, I would like to present about the policy of our ecosystem of the Myanmar. So in here, our country had already acted for the Myanmar Sustainable Development 2018 and 2030. This is the 20-year strategic program. In this program, in this strategic plan, there are the 5 goals and then 3 main pillars. So I would like to highlight the goal number 3. This is the pillar 2 for the prosperity and partnerships. In here, we are already defined for the standard ecosystem with this pillar 3. This was pillar 2. So this was pillar 2. So the action plan is there. There is the 6th action plan for the standard ecosystem. So in here, action plan 3.7.4 facilitate greater access to the finance and the commercialization of products and services produced by local entrepreneurs and standard system. So we are already defined the policy to grow at our ecosystem of our country. So another I would like to highlight is the Science, Technology and Innovation Law is added in the 2018. So in this science and technology, we are the founding of the National Council for the STI, Science, Technology and Innovation. So we are already organized the National Council. Chair is the Vice President of the Ministry. So here is the Nibido for the National Council to grow at the standard ecosystem. So this is to develop science, technology and innovation work, to conduct technology distribution and technology transfer. Also, these are the purpose of the National Council of our country. So in here, the current draft version for the Science, Technology and Innovation Strategy Plan 2022 and 2027, done by our Ministry of Science and Technology. In this STI strategy plan, there are the 7 transformational shifts in there. So the Public Research Institute is 157 university and R&D center are in our country. Mainly in our Ministry of Science and Technology, there is the Department of Research and Innovation Department. Under this Department of Research and Innovation, Biotech Research Department, Material Research Department, Electronic and Renewable Energy Research Department, Chemical Technology Research Department, Metallurgical Research and Development Center are there. So another I would like to highlight is the policy and strategy of our micro, small and medium enterprise SME development. So in here, you can see our goal is there with regarding this regulatory framework, infrastructure, entrepreneurship, culture, technology, economics and policy, and further endorsement are or include our consideration in this goal. So this is our strategy of the MSME development. There is the 8-unit strategy for our startup program. In here, the anti-technology development is our strategy in our MSME development, because all startup programs come from the MSME, so we have to develop the MSME sector in our country. So this is our priority setting and research formulation system in our country based on the consideration of this national development plan, ministry goal, regional development, technological development, innovation perspective, industrial needs, and SME needed. All are things based on our government funded, international funded, and private funded for the research and development. So another we necessarily need to consider is our e-government system. So this is the roadmap of our e-government system. There are the 7 different steps of the e-government system. Because the more the e-government system grow, the startup or the more the development for the startup ecosystem of our country. So based on this e-government is there, ICT technology, change management, government and organizations and ICT scale are considered for the e-government development system of our country. So challenges. So what are the challenges? Challenges is that maybe the research and developments and the partnerships are very 0.16216% in 2002. This is the very old data, but a little bit for the investment in the research and development sector. So we need for more development for the research and development. So we have to investment for this sector. So another is that the number of researchers is too low to deal with the growing technological issue. Another is that the number of patent applications is very few. Patent applications are positively associated with the invention. So we have to grow up for these patent application for the future. So another is the maybe these MSMEs, mobility of the talent, the awareness of the STI, innovation-driven economy, added R&D collaboration, technological collaboration, and partnerships are not enough for the development. So we have to the more increasing.
Pierre, you have 2 minutes left.
Okay. So I will conclude my presentation with the source analysis. So what are the strengths of our ecosystem? There were 22 million internet users in Myanmar. Internet penetration stood at 41% in January 2020. So mobile phone is mobile phone in use in Myanmar from 2020 to 2019 is there. 2010 to 2019 is there 1.12 million to 73.66 billion, a very growth for the smartphone usage. And then the MSTP, Myanmar Sustainable Development Plan, Science, Technological Innovation Law, STI strategy plan are already added in our country. The draft version is there added in recent months. So what are the weaknesses? Weakness is that Myanmar did not have a lot of structured business. Most are family-run business. So the Myanmar was closed down for more than 60 years. People are more resource and conservatives. Workforce in Myanmar today do not want to take any risk, even though they may have the right skill sets to set the economy. So what are the opportunities? So the opportunity is that the next generations of our students in Myanmar are being shaped by a new way of thinking and are more globalized due to their heavy access to the internet and information from the young age. And the second is that they are increasingly challenging the current situation and getting more involved in the local startup ecosystem. So this is our opportunity. What are the threats? So policy changes to startup ecosystem, and then the reduction to the budgets and limitation for the R&D and innovation system, and then conflicts and unsafe conditions, and then the loss of the skilled human resources of our country. So this is our threat of the developing ecosystem. So what are the way forward? So this is the last slide of my presentation. So we have the 3 ways forward to develop ecosystem of our country. First is the innovations in education with product innovation, process innovation, organization innovation, and marketing innovation. So second is the bringing the community to develop the ecosystem of Myanmar by increasing active investor, incubator, accelerator, by making startup raising capital and startup fund, by collaborating, working on the space and have, by initiating and continue the government program, non-government program, and then the university, and then by reporting the conference, test publication and reports, and infographic for the public and private instruction. So the last one is the implementing the related strategy and component in science and in STI strategy plan, the STI law, and with the development of the startup ecosystem in each budget year with regarding the SME strategy policy and monitoring and evaluation for all activity our to get the best condition at my possible. So this is the 3 way forward for our country. Thank you. That is our reference.
Thank you so much, Pak Piao. Well, we are very grateful to be present here because instead of flying to 3 different countries, we got information and data from 3 speakers from great nations here in Asia. So before I ask the audience to share your ideas, your questions to our speakers, I would like to start by giving each of them 30 seconds to respond to my exact similar questions. Okay, ready? From my right then to my left. Okay, the question is, what is your impression or opinion about our startup, Indonesian startup, or its development? Start from you, 30 seconds.
Companies with very strong fundamentals, coupled with a strong market, with the prospect of growing bigger. Yeah, that's what I have.
Optimistic view, thank you so much. And then second one, please, Pak Presida.
Forgot the question. Only kidding. Now, for me, it's a big number, a big choice. So you can choose the great one.
Wow, so big of Indonesia. Yeah. Please give a round of applause. And then the last one, please, Pak. Yeah.
So, this is the experience for the startup ecosystem in your country. So, presentation in the morning, the Indonesia system is already know about the startups. So, very impressive, very appreciate for this development. So, we are now trying to start the ecosystem of our country as well as we can. But at the time, we had some limitation and some difficulty for the time. But anyway, we can follow it. You are our good partner. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, Asian. Yes, we can. Right? Asian altogether. Okay, I'll give chances, opportunities to 3 audience that would like to ask or share ideas. Please, any one of you? All right, one, and then another one. Maybe I'll give you a voucher. Voucher to spend here to buy products. Or you're going to ask questions to me? Oh, no, not for you. Okay, only one. Okay, please, Ibu, please identify yourself by informing your name and institution and to whom you are going to ask questions. Please.
Asking this question, I hope I can get the voucher.
My God.
My name is Surinam from Lessons Academia.
Okay, Surinam.
Yeah, thank you so much for the wonderful sharing, moderated panelists. So my question is regarding the culture of accepting failures among local startup. So during my student days several years ago, my friends and I, we co-founded a startup called Over. So we use some augmented reality and virtual reality to help autistic learning. So during that time, what really helped us to survive the kind of death was the boxes in the UK and also with various university programs, right? So my question to all the other panelists, based on your experience in Asia, in Thailand and Myanmar, beyond sandboxes, what are other things that we can do to help our local startups to embrace failure, accept failure, or maybe to encourage them to fail your business? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Very challenging questions, but yeah, I bet they can answer it. Okay, the second one. Is there anyone? Another voucher for me. We'll eat nasi padang. Okay. Oh wow! Because of nasi padang, you just raise your hand. Oh please, I am broke. Yeah, come on. Please, panitia, give me some vouchers. Yeah. Later
Hello,
on.
my name is Noril May from Space in Malaysia.
Okay.
I'm a startup company. I'm asking about the deep tech company, which is very hard to get funding. And what is initiative in all countries to attract more investors for the deep tech startup, because the return will be longer as compared to
With
other
startup? Deep tech?
deep tech.
Oh, deep tech. I
Yes.
thought it's deep sea. Oh, but
No.
also deep tech.
As for me, I'm actually making a satellite, so it's a
Okay.
deep tech.
Wow, space economy. Okay.
Yes.
Great.
So how actually each country looking for this initiative to get more investor, especially for the space sector. This is a new space. We are looking for Elon Musk. We can get
Wow.
another Elon Musk. in
Another Elon
England.
Musk. Yes. Applause to her. No what?
So
Okay.
maybe a opinion on that.
All right. So it's opportunity to invest in deep tech industry, and the second one is, well, actually the first one is about the failure, how to handle the failure, how to reduce anxiety for the co-founders. And the last question, anyone? Voucher, come on. Sederhana is very good. Nasi Padang, you know, a variety of menu and a lot of things you can. Okay, anyone? Yes, yes, yeah. He got the bait, right? Okay.
Hi, I'm from Malaysia as well.
Oh, so everyone from Malaysia right now. See, nasi padang, yeah, it works. Okay,
Yeah.
please, Pak.
Yeah, so just wanted to ask, is like regarding for all these kind of programs, is that we understand that it's like for those funds, normally you are setting like milestones, right? It's like for the startups. But startup is like we are facing this kind of problems that is like we are always changing, we are always pivoting and adapting to the market, and then as well, and during this pandemic period, everything is moving so fast, especially during the digital e-commerce, basically is our space. Yeah, so just wanted to ask is like how does the government, because sometimes like the milestone might be, it's like we understand that it's like it's helping us to like aiming for something, but it need to be really flexible on helping us. It's like while we pivoting, if not, you're just going to be obstacles for us as well. Yeah. So how does you? It's like what's your thinking about that? It's like so how do you actually stay with us, support us throughout the entire pivoting journey? Yeah. So that's my questions.
Please repeat once more. I didn't get it. I mean, like, how does the government?
Oh, so how does the government actually works really closely with those startups?
Okay.
With the pivoting, because it's like we understand that it's like there's milestone going on, right? Then which means that the milestone need to be changes really rapidly throughout the time. So
Okay.
how does you all cope with that as well?
So working together, hands in hands, and then during the peace time and the bad times. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So letting the milestone don't obstruct. It's like don't
Alright.
start up from growing. Yeah.
Thank you so much. So please provide 3 vouchers of nasi padang. Okay. So we have 3 questions for 3 speakers here. So I would like to give each one of you 3 minutes. Is it enough or 5 minutes? 5 minutes? It's okay? 3 minutes? Okay, let's start from 3 minutes because you usually will getting up longer time, okay? Bye. So 3 minutes each of you, and then start from yeah, please. Pak.
Okay. Why don't you let the first one finish and then ask us?
Okay.
I can't remember.
Okay, the first
Okay,
one
then.
is about the failure, the how to reduce failure.
Okay, okay, got it, got it.
Psychology,
Yeah.
kind of like that.
Well, in Thailand, we used to do some project like the failure is everything is about catch. It's about the invest.
It's about
Invest.
invest.
It's
Okay.
about money.
Okay, it's about money.
So
Okay.
we just show them the way to get the money. Show them the money.
Oh.
Where to get the money. So that's breakthrough.
So it's kind of
Yeah.
incentives.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's breakthrough. So something like if the government can do some program like subsidize for something. For example, when you coming here, or you going to any exhibition, you will rent a space which is sometimes is far away in front of the toilets or something like that, but it's cheap. So if you want to in the prime area, it's expensive. And if you subsidize something, government subsidize something, and the startup, we put some more money in a little bit of part, but don't give them free.
Okay.
Let them use their money, and we subsidize to encourage them to use the money in the way of they never do that before. Like I told you, in the prime area, CEO from that company come pass he will buy your product, but you must to trust your product is good enough and ready to sell.
How about how the government work together with the startup co-founders? The third questions about it.
The third one?
Yeah, the government. By giving them incentives to work with you, not by giving them free for all. I mean, just, okay, this is money from government, but by doing something, attracting, how to call it, cultivating their talent to do a lot of things.
They need to have some commitment.
A commitment, okay.
Commitment. The commitment is it's very important. They must do, firstly, they have to believe, to trust.
To trust themselves.
To trust themselves. Their product is good enough. But good, customers say it's good. I found many startups say, okay, my product is the best. It's good. Their parents, their professor, everyone says it's good, but customer.
Okay, but the customers.
Yes.
Should say good. Yeah. Okay. And the last one is about the deep tech investments.
The deep tech investment, is it culture or?
It's space, kind of like that. Deep tech, very deep.
The deep tech, yeah. You have to understand that you want to do the best product in the world, or you wouldn't want to do the business. You have to balance it.
You have to balance between
very deep tech and a real business. Sometimes investors they don't understand with you. What are you talking about?
Yes.
They don't care about technology.
I see.
Exactly.
So it's a dilemma for the co-founders, for the startups. Okay. Thank you for sharing the ideas. And then please, Pak.
So for the deep
tech, okay.
Deep tech investment. So in my opinion, this depends on it is depend on the nature and the region of this country. So for example, our country is the agricultural production country. So technology is the not advanced condition right now. So we have to make our current real condition to consider for this detailed investment. For another country, for example, Singapore and Malaysia and then Indonesia. So they are the investment, the infrastructure for the digital infrastructure, for the advanced technological infrastructure already done, developed. So the government is need to consider for the detailed investment at the time. So it depends on the country, it depends on the resources, it depends on the policy. And in my opinion.
So you may say that for Myanmar is quite maybe take sometimes to consider.
Myanmar is right for maybe this standard ecosystem for the growing natural for the future and comparing with our ASEAN country, and then we have to gradually develop for the advanced technology. In future, maybe 10 year or 15 year. At the time, we have advanced investment for this just in the capitalize in our country.
Okay. And how the government work with the co-founders of the startup then in Myanmar?
So in Myanmar, not developed for the digital application, but most of the ecosystem, the finite test, the education test. So for in this event, we are the Indian started ecosystem. At the time, we are the very initiative for this India started ecosystem. For example, the deep flow analysis for the farmer. It's the recognition of our climate and the land condition and the satellite condition, and then they process with the application.
So it's very close connection with the government. Okay.
Yeah. So this is the example of our country. So we have to develop for this kinds of system to directly to our farmer.
So is there any support system to reduce the anxiety for the failure cases in the startup companies? For failures,
do
we have like
so for the leader experience of the SME is maybe failure for the startup.
Failure, yes.
For other time, the governments have to the budget for this failure to overcome for this difficulty and challenge at the time. So based on their policy, based on our SME development, so this failure can overcome at the time.
Is there any subsidy cash program from the government?
Maybe the study or what are the failure, what are the reason of this failure. So one is the budget, or maybe the technology, or maybe the humans. So at the time we have which resources is the need to promote for this kind of this failure reason. So the government is the very research and development for this startup ecosystem at the country. And then which reason is the main failure for this startup ecosystem? At the time, the government is the bucket for this failure system. Failure reason, maybe the money, maybe the technology, or maybe the something is.
So the government helping to analyze the kind of failure that the startup face, kind of like that. Okay. Thank you so much, Pak Piai. And then the last one is, yes, Pak Ash, please, Pak.
So I noticed that the questions were asked by all Malaysians, which means that we really care about our startup ecosystem. Great. First question, failure. I'm not going to talk about the education system. I'm not going to talk about, core values, but I'm going to talk about the realities of building a startup itself. Now, according to Steve Blank, the definition of a startup is a temporary organization seeking for a scalable and a repeatable business model. So until and unless we reach that stage, the odds are pretty much stacked up against you. And failure is part of the learning process to pivot, right? So that's number one. And we know from statistics that 90% of startups fail. But other than sandboxes, we have other avenues, right, to test our MVP, to validate our assumptions, such as hackathons, right? Joining the local hackathons and also tech.
Is there any consultation service to the co-founders?
Of course, yes, and there's a lot of, as I've mentioned, there's a lot of advice out there. Okay. So pick suitable mentors, right? That would ultimately guide you. But my point is, the reality of things is that startups fail because it was designed to fail from day one, based on that definition. So that's my response on question number one. Question number two, deep tech startups, right? So here's my advice. Listen carefully. For deep tech startups intending to get investments, be less deep.
Less deep, okay.
Be less deep. Oh, okay. So everyone's quiet, right? What does that essentially mean? Because the thing is, it's not about the technology per se, but it's about the applications of the technology. Now that's what's most important, right? So yeah, but having said that, developing strategic sectors and also strategic deep technologies is part of the Malaysian startup ecosystem, at least, right? So yes, we will be and we are currently supporting deep tech startups. But of course, the problem is it's very difficult to find deep tech startups in Malaysia specifically. But we are always supportive of IPs or research material that could basically spur the development of more deep tech-based startups. Number two. Number three, to your question, sir, on the milestones. If you look to your right, so you can see, my colleagues are sitting over there from Cradle Fund. And so we have experience in managing this. The pivoting is normal, right? We put milestones is because there must be some tracking mechanism of progress, right? But then again, we know the realities of things, and usually we're not rigid. And we've had applications from startups to basically, we look into those milestones because they need to pivot because of external market forces and so on and so forth. But what's important though is it's not the pivoting or the milestones, it's the end goal, right? What is the end goal that we're looking at? So pivoting is fine, right? But make sure that stick to the vision of your startup moving forward. Yeah, those are my responses. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Oh, yeah.
I'd like to add up a bit about the deep tech. Listen carefully as well, if you cannot less deep, you need someone called technology translator. Yeah, you need that one, Con. And that's helpful because in my organization, we found that we have a deep tech a lot. So they won't deep less, but if they can, it's good. But if they don't, you need someone called technology translator.
It's very deep talk. Thank you so much for coming then. Please give a round of applause to our speakers here. Thank you so much. I will give it back to our MC. Take a very deep picture. Yes. You know the plot. You know the plot. Oh, yeah. Yes, please. Start the show. Cheese. What's your
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. It is an honor for me to lead this session, the third session, ASEAN-India Startup Festival 2020. And we are going to talk about initiative programs and policies for developing startup ecosystem. So we will have 3 speakers here, and I will call the speakers to come join with us in the front. So the first one is Dr. Anuj Kumar Sarma. It's very nice to meet you, sir. Please speak up. How are you?
Fine, thank
you. It's good, thank you. And the second speaker is Dr. Srun Pagnarit. I'm very sorry if my pronunciation is correct. It's very nice to meet you, sir. Please. And the third one is Miss Russell Pili. She's from the Philippines. Welcome. How are you? Good, thank you. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have 3 speakers from different countries, and we are going to share the related to the policy innovation related to the startup with you. And every speakers will have 15 minutes to present the presentation or sharing or whatever. And after that, we are going to have a discussion with all of the participants. So for the first time, I will call Dr. Srun, right? Dr. Srun, I will introduce him a little bit. He received the Doctor of Engineering, a degree from the University of Tokyo, Japan in 2019, and Master of Engineering from Chulalongkorn University, Thailand. And is it? Oh, Dr. Srun. Oh, I'm so sorry. Dr. Srun, right? All right, okay. So Dr. Srun is the Director of Department of Science, Technology and Innovation Policy, General Director of Science, Technology and Innovation, Ministry of Industry, Science, Technology and Innovation, Kingdom of Cambodia. Is it correct? And prior to becoming a government official, in his current position in charge of STI policy of the General Department of STI, MISTI. So Dr. Srun also a lecturer and researcher at Institute of Technology of Cambodia. All right. 15 minutes for you, sir.
Hello. Okay. Can you hear me? Okay. Thank you very much. My name is Panyarat Srun. I'm a director of Department of Science, Technology, Innovation Policy, Ministry of Industries and Technology Innovation in Cambodia. Today, I'm very pleased to present about Cambodia's startup ecosystem and policies that we have. To start up with, actually, when we talk about startup and entrepreneurship, actually we talk quite a long year already, but the attention starts to focus on like 2 or 3 years ago, especially when the COVID pandemic. Actually, for the governments at that time, they focus on building ecosystem, providing supporting infrastructure, as well as strengthening, cultivating the entrepreneurship culture to the children. So the government tried to bring the internet and broadband to students across the countries, especially at the rural area for inclusive development. Like in the picture, you can see that all the high school students can use the computer as well as the internet for their research field. And after that, Okay. We also have some innovation center, like is in this picture, where where people with the entrepreneurial mindset to go to discuss, to find the advisory support, as well as some consultancy service from the government on their ideas. And this building provide infrastructure for all people that have idea on business. And we also have some forum where entrepreneurial people, governments, business people, as well as policy makers to meet and discuss on startup, SME, as well as entrepreneurial activity. So in 2017, we have a big event on tech startup and SME forum led by Minister of Ministry on Industry, Science, Technology, and Innovation. And we also host very big event like Digital Cambodia 2019, Global Entrepreneurship Week, as well as Star Summit Asia. This event is to find a solution, especially to promote the startup as well as entrepreneurship. And we also have a conference and exhibition on Digital Cambodia toward Industry 4.0 in 2019, presided over by this Deputy Prime Minister. This forum led foundation for many initiatives as well as activity regarding startup and entrepreneurship in Cambodia. And we have also digital literacy program to ensure that all youth have digital readiness. They can start their business, especially in digital sector. And we also have some award recognition to ecosystem, like this one is a Cambodia ICT Award 2019. It's a competition for those who have the business idea on a digital sector. And we also empower women in this as well, because nowadays women, just like men, they have a very entrepreneurial mindset. So we have Cambodia Women in Tech Award 2019 to ensure that women can play a role in economic development in our country. And at the meantime, we will have another big event in Cambodia as well. It's called Cambodia Tech Expo 2022, which will be taken place in November from 11-13-2022 in Phnom Penh, Cambodia. We expect to have the participants also like 20 to 30,000 people in this event. And this event consists of like the meeting of policy, tech startup, business, and other event. And I would like to take this opportunity to invite everyone in this room to join this event, because it's gonna be a big event in Cambodia. Okay, and in 2018, the Royal Government of Cambodia conducted a thorough study of Cambodia vibrant tech startup ecosystem in Cambodia. We want to understand what is the ecosystem like in Cambodia, what is the gap, what is the opportunity, what need to be done in order to promote startup as well as entrepreneurship in Cambodia. So in the end of the study, provide some recommendation for the government, and it is also what the activity that the government focus on in the next few years, like build partnership with startup, increase partnership with education and training institution, provide a structure, mentorship and feedback, and as well as create venture operation and spaces. And we also have some workshop as well as consultation workshop with expert as well as actor in our innovation ecosystem to understand about the demand and supply of ICT and digital skill to match the gap between the need of the market and the supply that we can provide to them. And after all of this, in 2020, we also conduct Cambodia National Innovation System. We want to understand about our system, what is our weaknesses and what is our strengths that we have. And for this is the summary also what we find out about Cambodia. You can see that we have some good points, some strengths, like we have a special economic zone, we have startup center that provides the need for startup to start their business. We have Khmer Enterprise and SME Bank to provide financial support in case they want to start their business. We have education project, we have skill development fund, we have a good investment law that attract the FDIs, as well as for those who want to start a business. We have some governmental agencies that support the ecosystem like Ministry of Industry, Science and Technology Innovation, National Institute of Science and Technology Innovation, and we also have a good cooperation in the countries, in the region, as well as in the world. And we have a lot of light company investment, we have a professional education training. But however, we also have some weaknesses in our ecosystem that we need to improve as well. That's why in 2020, the regional government of Cambodia roll out the Cambodia SCI Roadmap 2030. We want to harness the power of science and technology innovation to promote the entrepreneurial activities, startup, as well as to strengthening the scientific base and technological capability of Cambodia to get advantage for economic development and to realize the Cambodia Vision 2030 and 2050 of the regional government of Cambodia. And we focus on 5 main pillars on this roadmap, like governance. This one we review the responsibility of each ministry. We restructure to make sure that we work effectively together to improve the ecosystem. And we have a second pillar is education and research. This one is to strengthening the scientific and technological base. And the fourth and fifth pillar is collaboration ecosystem. This one is to promote startup, promote SMEs in Cambodia to be more competitive in the region. And especially in the ecosystem, it's quite related to startup, because in this we try to look into what SME need, what the startup need. We revise some mechanism like ease to business, doing business, like access to finance, as well as building the capacity of SCI, and provide the support for startup as well as local businesses in Cambodia. And last but not least is to attract FDI and ensure that technology transfer as well as learning opportunity for our local firm in the future. And in addition to the Science and Technology Innovation Roadmap 2030, we also have National Research Agenda. Because our nation, we have limited resources, so we have to ensure that the allocation of resources of Cambodia is very effective, is very price sensitive. Something like this. So we develop the National Research Agenda to make sure that we use the limited resources effectively on the specific area. In this, we try to work with our actors in the ecosystem and decide on what priority sector should we focus on. And finally, we use the mission-oriented research. We have 8 missions that we achieve by 2030, like electricity, water, local food, energy supply, education, digital health service, electronic and mechanical spare part, cloud-based service, and carbon neutrality. And in this sector, in this 8 mission, we identify some mechanism to help to achieve the mission that we set in this National Research Agenda. And one of them is also to promote entrepreneurship in this mission as well, to promote research in Cambodia. And in addition to that, like I mentioned, during the COVID-19, the Royal Government of Cambodia understand the importance of SDI or digital, because during that time we see that a lot of startups start coming in. So the Royal Government of Cambodia rolled out Cambodia Digital Economy and Society Policy Framework 2021 and 2035. This policy aims to build a vibrant digital economy society by laying foundation to promote digital adoption and transformation in all social actors, including the state, citizens, businesses, and accelerate new economic growth and promote social welfare in the new normal after COVID-19. And here it is some startup ecosystem in Cambodia, the key actors that play very important role to promote startup and entrepreneurship. Like we have government, we have funder, investor, we have academics, we have big company, we have supporting organization like those that provide infrastructure like co-working space and so on, consultation service, so on and so forth. And we have some our precious development partner as well as dialogue partner that we need a lot of collaboration in this area. And we also have a lot of government agencies that work very hard and collectively to promote startup as well. And we have a lot fund like 12 million government fund dedicated to startup and tech initiative in 2019. And here it is some of our collaborators. We have ICT ASEAN Award, we have serta, Global Entrepreneurship Network, Thailand Startup, ASEAN Rival, and so on, like just in this picture. And thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Dr. Sun. Please big applause, ladies and gentlemen. It's very interesting. Dr. Sun, thank you very much. You mentioned about the many activities and events regarding the startup in Cambodia. And welcome, he said, for the Cambodia biggest startup and technology events in November 2020. Please come. And Dr. Sun also mentioned about the national innovation system that's already set up and accommodate some growing for startup in Cambodia. And also he showed us the Cambodia roadmap, including in the role of the government, education, research, and ecosystem. Is very good. And last thing, he also mentioned about the Cambodia digital for the future and startup ecosystem that it can be sharing with us, and we can discuss further with him. So big applause for Dr. Sun. They give information for us. So the second speaker will be, wait a minute. Sorry, doctor. I will introduce my fellow from the India, right? All right, okay. So Dr. Anuj Kumar Sharma, is that right? He is working as a program coordinator, mechatronics program and manufacturing technology and automation program of Center of Advanced Studies, ACTU, is that correct? Lucknow, India. Dr. Sharma is Associate Dean Innovation and Incubation of ACTU, Lucknow. Previously, he has been the Associate Dean R&D and Industrial Consultancy, Faculty of Engineering and Technology, ACTU, Lucknow, India. He is awarded as ACTU Best Teachers Award 2020. Wow. And he's by Vice President of ACTI India. And so many experiences and award he has. He has filed 2 patents of the developed products during COVID-19 pandemics in 2020. So you have 2 patents for that? Great. And few of products designed and developed by a team led by him has been demonstrated in the beginning presence of Honorable Governor Uttar Pradesh and are installed in Rajbahan, Lucknow, India at a few government places and hospitals in Uttar Pradesh, India. So you have patents or application and in some areas. That's very great. So he is going to sharing with us about his experience and role in ecosystem startup in India. Dr. Anuj, 15 minutes time for you. Big applause for him.
So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Dr. Anuj Sharma, representing the Uttar Pradesh state of our nation, India. So, I am thankful to the organizers of this event, especially IIT Kanpur, who is the leading premier institution in our state, along with the Indonesia government, BRIN, and the ASEAN countries. So thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to share what we are doing at our state, at our university. So basically, I am Associate Dean of the university, which caters the entire state. This state, let me introduce the state to you because many of the people are from different countries. So Uttar Pradesh means India is divided into 28 sub-states or states, where Uttar Pradesh is one of the most populous state of the country. In this state, we have almost 800 colleges which are affiliated with this university. So I am representing this university. So this is Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Technical University, which is the state university, and it runs the innovation hub on hub and spoke model. So we have hand-holding of 800 colleges, their students, the 75 parts. The state is divided into 75 sections. So in India, we call them the districts. So the Uttar Pradesh has 75 districts. Geographically, it is the fourth state in India. So the Indian government has set a target of 5 trillion economy status by 2030 or before 2030. So in this state, this is the geographical, the structure, or we can say the map of the state, which has set its target as 1/5 of the whole nation. So it is 1 trillion economy. So you can see the, areas which are marked. So these are the incubation centers which are located at different parts of the state. So now it is showing 12, but we have 15 incubation centers, and the innovation hub is located at the heart of the state, that is the capital of this state, which is Lucknow. So as far as the India is concerned, Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji, under his leadership, so we are moving towards the target. And he has, given a slogan that is the Atmanirbhar Bharat, means the self-reliant India or self-dependent India. So in this, we are moving towards the target with an aim of having hand-holding of every citizen by having thought in our mind that we have to be job generator, or we can say job givers, irrespective of the job seeker. So we have different institutions, we have hand-holding with different academic and research institutions to provide the support, all type of support to the startups. So our main aim of this innovation hub is to support the startup, to develop startup ecosystem in the state, and hence we can have hand-holding with other states as well to support the Indian government. So our objective, vision, missions all are clear. with a vision to inculcate entrepreneurship, foster innovation, inspire innovators' lives with informative outreach programs that inform, empower, educate, and create opportunities for all the ecosystem enablers. So we have created a separate corpus of around 220 million INR to develop 15 incubation centers. But currently we have around 55 UP government approved incubators which are working 24/7 to support the incubators spread all across the state. As of now, because it is not very old ecosystem. So in 2017, it was started with one incubation center in its campus. Then it has moved up to around 55 UP government approved incubation centers within a very short span of time. So as of now, we directly run one innovation hub plus 15 incubation centers, and we also cater these 55. So the target was 100 incubation centers all across the state, but we have achieved 55 within a very short period of time. And we set this target by 2025, but I think I am very positive and hopeful that we will get by the end of this year itself. So we have a lot of facilities in our campus and the sub-facilities at our 15 incubation centers. So we have invested around 500 million INR in our own campus to establish this centralized research facility to cater the need of the incubatees so that they can, develop their prototypes without cost. So we bear the cost. We provide the support, manpower, trained manpower to them so that they can convert their ideas into the reality, into the prototype. We also get the funding from the central government, Union Government of India. We support, and sometimes we get the support from IIT Kanpur also, because they are the established incubation center, or they are into this system for more than 20 years. So they do the mentoring for our ecosystem also. And we provide the financial support to these startups, sustenance grant, prototype support, and other types of grants in the form of loans, grants, sometimes refundable, non-refundable basis, so that they can, they start their business and they can be converted into the entrepreneurs. So we have a well-established innovation ecosystem. This is the roadmap. We have a lot of things to do. So the Uttar Pradesh has already established startup policy in which they have given a lot of flexibility to the incubation centers, to the, the mentors, to the technical partners. They provide funding, almost 1,500 million INR corpus is there to support the ecosystem of startups in Uttar Pradesh. We are very flexible for adopting the latest technologies. So we have a lot of labs in the area of artificial intelligence, machine learning, robotics, AR, VR, and basic fabrication labs, equipped with many, the conventional as well as unconventional manufacturing setups. We also have the drones, drone lab, robotics lab of different domains, whether it is underwater or it is the surfacial or it is the air robotics, or sometimes in the micro and nano robotics also. So we are very fast in adopting the latest technologies. We have internal capacity building of educational, excellent infrastructure, a very long list of mentors who usually, because in the COVID, it was very difficult moving physically. So we took advantage of video conferencing. So in that, we did not stop, and we did a lot of work in COVID-19 for supporting our hospitals, local community, and the research centers. So I'll skip this because all of these are already established. We have vision, mission, we are establishing the incubation system, but now I think it is almost established. Government incubator autonomy. So we have given almost complete autonomy to the incubation centers as far as the sustenance grant is concerned. So they can decide, they can review, they can decide at their own to give the incubators the required funding so that they can be self-reliant. So we do many programs for awareness because we have almost 220 million people in our state. So we do different awareness programs, focusing on, especially on agriculture, medical, health, hygiene, society problems. So irrespective of the domain, so we have penetrated into almost all the areas of the society where we can support the humanity. So this is the roadmap. So it was for 0 to 12 months. So I think nowadays we are at the third stage, analytics, reporting, and tools. We have almost developed. So now we are moving towards the implementation and acceleration management step. So I think by the end of this year, we will move to that particular place. So these are the glimpses of some events. We have done a lot of events, but we do generally the startup conversations. We invite the already settled incubators or mentors to share their success story so that the people can be motivated. So we have adopted so many villages to cater, to support them, or to get them in the line of the country. So thank you so much. It was all about from the Innovation Hub. Thank you.
Thank you. Oops.
Yes. Thank you very much, Dr. Anuj. He already mentioned about the startup innovation, incubation, and entrepreneurs development hub, right? He mentioned about innovation ecosystem that's already established in India, program that so many activities for the startup, and the roadmap and the result that we already seen is very good in India. So Dr. Anuj will discuss with us later about all the activities that he already done in the ecosystem of startup in India. So the last but not least is our lady here from Philippines, right? How are you, Mrs. Russell? Good. So I would like to introduce a little bit about you. Ms. Russell Pili is the Chief Technology Transfer Officer in the Philippines, in the Philippine Council for Industry, Energy, and Emerging Technology Research and Development. Is that your institution, the name of your institution?
Yes, that's under the Department of Science and Technology.
Oh, that's great. She's lead of DOS Startup Development Program and an active ecosystem advocate. The programs under her wings are the Technology Business Incubation Program, Higher Education Institution, Readiness for Innovation and Technopreneurship, Startup Research Grant Program, Funding Assistance for Spin-off and Translation of Research in Advancing Commercialization. Is that right? And IP Management Program for Academic Institution Commercializing Technologies or Impact. Wow, you have many programs and very great. So, Ms. Russell, you have 15 minutes to share with us about your activities in Philippines, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, congratulations first to the people behind the ASEAN-India Startup Festival, and we are very happy to be here.
Thank you.
And yeah, so similar with other countries that have presented earlier, the Philippines also encountered similar challenges, and we also have our programs and policies to induce a more conducive startup ecosystem in our country. We have startups as early as the 2000s, but it was only in 2009 that the government have formalized an assistance program for startups. It was only in the last 5 to 6 years that we were very actively involved in our startup ecosystem. So next slide, please. So this is the Philippines at a glance. So we are a country of 111 million and with a modest GDP growth of 5.9%. But we're also a country that is dominated by small and medium-scale enterprises. And we're also one of the countries with a high smartphone penetration in Asia. And most of it are already 4G and 5G connections. And we're also one of the countries with a high internet penetration. Next slide, please. So as a result, we do have an ecosystem in the Philippines, but it was still categorized as a nascent ecosystem at first. So we're still very young. But even then, we already have 800 plus startups compared to 5 years where we only have 300. We also have established a lot of incubators. We have more than 50 incubators and accelerators, especially under our program in the DOST. We have more than 200 co-working spaces. Most of it are foreignly owned and operated. And we also have investors and venture capitalists coming into the country. Next slide, please. In terms of our ranking in the global ecosystem, so we're actually 57th in rank globally, which is lower than what we actually earned last year. So it's 5 notches lower. But despite the drop in our rankings, we still were able to maintain at least 5 of our cities to be part of the top cities that are active in the ecosystems. And Manila, being our capital, also is part of the top 50 global ecosystems, and we're known as into the vertical of hardware and IoT. Next slide, please. So Manila has a 2 billion worth of ecosystem value, and we're really very strong in terms of fintech and e-commerce. We're part of the top 25 countries in terms of funding and also in terms of affordable talent. Next slide, please. So despite the drop in rankings that we experienced for this year, the Philippines' support for our startups and our ecosystem has actually increased. So we have amended our current policies for tax incentives. Foreigners now can enjoy fiscal incentives and they can own companies now as long as they are in the MSME levels. And recently we have launched several programs that would benefit startups in the country. Next slide, please. So most of this is because of the passing of the Innovative Startup Act of 2019. So this is our law that formalizes government's involvement in our startup ecosystem. So the law actually provides our legal basis for providing enabling policy for startups, offering support programs, help build our ecosystems, forge collaborations and partnerships, and also establish performance metrics for our programs. Next slide, please. So I'll start with policy. Next slide, please. So the Innovative Startup Act, when we worked on the act for 3 years before its passing, it started with the with the forging of 3 departments, the Department of Trade, Department of Science and Technology, and the Department of ICT. And together we created a program even then. And the act actually legalizes all our programs. It made it possible for startups to avail of public funds. Next slide, please. And after the Innovative Startup Act, a lot of the policies were also reviewed so that startups can avail more incentives and benefits. So we have the Technology Transfer Act, but that was way before, and we amended it to accommodate spin-offs from universities. The Innovative Startup Act is there. We have another law, which is the Philippine Innovation Act, which removes obstacles to innovation by simplifying bureaucratic processes. We have a newly passed Creatives Industries Act, and we're also working right now a freelancers bill or policy, because most of our software developers are freelancers in the country. We also revised our corporation code, so a one-person corporation is now existing in the Philippines, and also reduce the steps for business registration, which is our Ease of Doing Business Act. We have the Create Act, which reviewed tax incentives to enterprises, and the Foreign Investments Act, which allowed foreign nationals to own companies in the Philippines. Next slide, please. Our next strategy is actually harmonizing all the programs that we are currently implementing and all programs that we can do together with the DTI, the DOST, and the DICT. It is arranged in a way that from idea formation, so startups can avail of programs, grants, and other services, to validation and up to growth. Next slide, please. I'll start with our programs at the DOST. So we have a suite of programs. It's mostly grants. So we provide grants directly to startups for their R&D activities. We have a program for women. We have the TBI network, and we have our TBI preparatory program, which is the HIRIT, and our ecosystem support. Next slide, please. The DOST is investing so much on universities, because universities is still the largest resource for talent and ideas. And we hope to synchronize all our investments in universities in terms of research centers, our technology transfer offices, our programs for translation of research, down to business incubators and the startup grant. Next slide, please. I'll start with the TBI program, which we have started in 2009. So the vision is to establish incubators in every corner of the country, and we're really investing on universities so that startups can also avail of technical and technology assistance from the faculty. Next slide, please. Right now, we have 54 established incubators around the country, and we are now training 27 more incubator managers in 27 new universities. Next slide, please. So we provide grants directly to startups through the Startup Grant Fund program, and we only include several priorities right now to help startups recover from the pandemic. So we're prioritizing startups in sustainable industries, edutech, remote work, creative industries, and data-driven solutions. Next slide. We have a dedicated program for women entrepreneurs. That's our Women Helping Women Innovating Social Enterprise programs, because women tend to work with communities. So we provide the funding so that they can help more communities in return. So we're targeting 10 women entrepreneurs yearly for first, a customized incubation program for them, and a fund support directly to the enterprise. Next slide, please. And together with the Department of Trade, they tend to help our startups build more profitable and stable business model. So they have the IDEA program, which helps startups establish their businesses, enter into new markets. They have the advanced programs, and they have the Global Acceleration Program, which helps startups become part of the global value chain. Next slide, please. We're also establishing for the first time a government-backed startup venture fund, which aims to partner with investors so that we can help startups scale. Next slide, please. And our Department for Information, Communications, and Technologies also have a set of programs, mostly on the idea stage for digital-based startups. So we have startup mapping, we have awareness, education, we have the Philippine Startup Challenge for high school, college, and young entrepreneurs. We also have a startup grant at the idea stage. We're maintaining a Startup Philippines website. We're just starting to do that. And innovation studios for young entrepreneurs as well. So our next strategy is actually looking at our ecosystem as a whole. So yes, so our strategy is building ecosystems so that we can enable startups. We have the Reseed program because we wanted to establish small clusters of ecosystems within the country rather than looking at it as a whole. So that's our Reseed program. Next slide, please. So the Reseed program forges together the programs of our incubators, our government institutions, our local government, academic institutions, and other stakeholders within the regions. Right now, we have 9 clusters of startup enablers consortium in the country, and we're planning to add more. Next slide, please. And every year, we hold a convergence conference for all our stakeholders and our partners in the ecosystem. And that's the Philippine Startup Week, which we will be holding this November. It's a nationwide conference for all active partners and actors in our ecosystem. We work together with the DTI, our Department for Trade, and the ICT to showcase the Philippine startup community and to gather all the support needed for our ecosystems. Next slide. Okay, for collaborations and partnerships, that's one of our priorities as well. Next slide, please. So we also include in our strategies educating our startups and bringing them outside the country so that they can get perspectives from their fellow counterparts in other countries. So we actually brought 28 startups in Hong Kong Rise in 2019. And we went to, Bangalore, and together with our friends from ISBA, and they were actually instrumental in training our incubator managers. So we were very thankful for them. And we also have a partnership with Israel. We had an innovation mission with them. So next slide, please. And that is our priority in terms of our 4.0 program. It's building partnerships and collaborations with similar incubators in other countries so that we can also learn from them and develop a landing program for both countries. And so far, for all our incubators, we were able to build a network of more than 179 partners, both local and international. And our purpose for building these partnerships is to learn more from other countries how they became successful and what we can actually learn and adopt from them, and try to emulate and modify or implement, execute programs that would help our own startups. Next slide, please. But all our programs are also subjected to performance metrics. Next slide, please. So this is our way of knowing if any of our programs work. So our strategy is in terms of providing incubation for startups, providing them the grants, and then we actually measure in terms of revenues and investment. Next slide, please. So when we look at our programs for our TBI network, we actually found out that our results increased startup investment readiness and revenues. The blue, sorry, if you can go back to the previous slide. The blue color there is government funding. And if you look at the orange, that's total investments that the startups received after incubation and the grant. So if you look at the graph, we have already recovered the investments that the government have already put in for the last 5 years. Next slide, please. And that, yes, I'm about to finish. So, and that, yeah, so we're counting the numbers of startups that we have incubated. It has increased 300%. Full-blown companies are startups that can operate on their own. It's a 175% increase. We're also counting in terms of jobs and investment, which is the high percentage of accomplishment, which is 500% increase from 2018, and revenues for the startups, which is 400% increase from 2018. Next slide, please. And our future directions, we wanted to review all our programs, but what we wanted is really stronger collaborations with all the parties and the partners that could help startups. Next slide, please. So that our young entrepreneurs of the day, next slide, please, can be the inspiration of our generation tomorrow. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much. It's very nice and very interesting presentation. I enjoy it very well. So thank you, Mrs. Russell. She explained about the Philippine startup ecosystem. So you have innovative startup aid, right? From the start, it's very good. And you have also a policy environment that's is very supporting to the startup, including the technology transfer, there's a tax incentive, and also a possibility for foreigners to invest in your startup. Is that right? And also you mentioned about the strategic startup of development program, also the role of the universities, and also connected to your side, India. So we are here for to start the collaboration. Is that right? So Philippines and India already started with that. That's great. And also you said about the building ecosystem and enabling startup. And in the end, you mentioned about we are going to have stronger collaboration. That's very strong. All right, ladies and gentlemen, personally, I'm very lucky we have 3 speakers and already mentioned about startup ecosystem from each country, from Cambodia, Philippines, and India. So this is the time for you to, if you have any question or maybe more discussion with all the speakers here, please raise your hand and mention your name and where are you from, and ask the question, and we are going to discuss. Please, from the floor. Any participant want to ask to more discuss, or between speakers want to discuss more? So could you mention more about the collaboration between Philippines and India?
When we started with our DOST incubator network, we were looking for partners to train our incubator managers. And we were very thankful to PSG STEP because they accommodated our request. And we're looking for a right model for an incubator operations. And back then, that was 5 years ago, we don't know how we can sustain the operations and what's the right model for us to emulate. And we went to Bangalore and Coimbatore, and we looked at different incubators.
So did you go to India?
Yes.
Oh. Yeah.
Yes, and we used that model, what we learned in our first try. Now we're using the same model to train 27 more incubator managers in 27 universities. So thank you so much.
Oh, that's great. So you're going to respond this one and to continue the collaboration in the future? Definitely. Okay, great.
The concerned authorities, definitely.
Yeah. That's great. So are you going to have a collaboration with Cambodia as well?
Yes, actually, what we observe in ASEAN countries is that we are solving the same problems: population, pollution, climate change, and that made us relevant to work together so that we can also learn from each other the different programs and how to modify it based on our experience and cultural structures.
So you mentioned about traditional thing, technology and advance. Do you want to explain more about you said in your presentation about focus on the traditional technology but also advance.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to answer this question. Actually, in India, we have different domains. So as far as the software industry has come out, so means we have a lot of flexibility to adopt new technology, a great manpower, which is almost trained, and the technologies which are available nowadays, the AI, ML, blockchain, and all these things, IoT, cyber security. So we have a lot of infrastructure, trained manpower. So we work in that area also. And as far as the traditional means, we have one district, one product means we have different districts in the the state. So every the local society has main characteristics as far as the local production is concerned. So they also they have special product for every region. So the government of India, the government of UP, that is they are promoting the locals, vocal for local. So that is also the slogan we are following. So it will definitely bring the person who is far away from the urban areas. So they will also come to the incubation center. They will feel association and partnership. So we are trying to have that collaboration also. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I think we have the common situation also in. Oh, okay.
And on this platform, actually, I would like to give special thanks to my Honorable Vice Chancellor of the University. He joined on 15th January, but now the complete ecosystem in the state is revived. So he is the man of innovation in India. So thank you, and thank you, Professor Pradeep Kumar Mishra, sir. Thank you, sir.
All right, that's great. I continue that I think it's common situation that's also in our country, Indonesia. So many traditional things that become more popular national or international because of the startup that using different kind of advanced technology to increase the productions and marketing to around the world. So this is quite common. What do you think, sir, from the Cambodia, your experience to, improve local knowledge or local production together with the startup? Do you have specific experience how to improve the local product and become international because of the help of the startup in Cambodia?
Actually, the people of Cambodia, they are very, how to say, nationalism. They love the Cambodian products. They aim to use the local product more than local foreign products. But in the meantime, we have to ensure that the quality of our local product is, let's say, the quality is more competitive with different products. So we have opportunities that our local product can be used by our local people, but the problem is a price. the price of local product is quite high comparing to foreign products, and the quality is not that good. That's why we try to promote the research activity in our countries, in a university level. We try to make the opportunity for, let's say, the business and university to work together to identify the common challenges. And we also aim to incentivize the local food, like I mentioned in our national research agenda. One of the mission that we aim to achieve by 2030 is to be food security in our nations. We want our food productions is accepted by the people, and to be able to export our food products to our neighboring country, because Cambodia is still an agrarian society. Yes, most of the people still be a farmer. So food is very important for us in the short period of time, maybe for 5-10 years, before we can leapfrog to more value-added product. Yes, that is what I can share for now. Thank you very much.
Oh, that's great, because Indonesia, we have 3 focuses on the energy, food security, and health for this year. Yeah. So many startups already involved in that program. Before is 9 focus, and now it's more deeply to the, I think I agree with you about the agricultural products. Yeah, it's very important for us. So if we are discussing here, but if participant want to join with us with some comments or question, or yes, please.
My question is addressed to you. Can I ask question to you? Yeah, I'm from the Philippines. One thing that's very common about Philippines and Indonesia is we're both an archipelago. We have 7,000 islands. Yours is roughly more than, or twice more than what we have in the Philippines.
How many islands?
In the Philippines, you have 7,100 islands.
Yes, we have around 13.
Yeah.
14.
Yeah, sorry, the biggest.
Twice.
So that's one common thing about the Philippines. And in the Philippines, one of our biggest challenges is for our startups in the islands, they're not really at par with the quality of startups in the metropolitan, which is Manila. My question is, do you also have the same issue, and how are you also able to provide support to startups that are based outside Jakarta? Because that's one thing also that we would also like to address, helping startups, especially those coming from the regions, from the other islands of the Philippines, at least be able to catch up or be at par with startups that are in Manila.
Yeah, thank you. You have a problem with 7,000 islands, right? We have 13 or 14. Sometimes come up, sometimes go down the islands. Yes, of course, if there's strategic that government already did, like for example, to 2015 to 2019, the government launched the program of, we built 100 technoparks, science and technoparks in some areas in Indonesia, not only in Jakarta or Java Island or Bali. Maybe you more recognize Bali rather than Indonesia itself. But we built the technopark in district to accommodate the startup in the local or remote area. And also now we BRIN, the National Agencies for Research and Innovation, also they can use our facilities in all Indonesian areas. Facilities including the technopark or universities or facilities for the research and innovation. That I think the strategic that already mentioned and already launched by the government to more closer to the startup in different area in Indonesia. Of course, it's quite difficult in the beginning, as like in Indonesia, so many areas that remote and no access sometimes, or get a problem with the connection of internet and electricity in some areas. Of course, still like that. So the government launched the infrastructure to get a connection with the startup in that area. Then the government also support the local government we call it BRIDA, that means the innovation agency in the areas or local government to help the startup, especially in the how to develop the technology that can help them to increase the local product or traditional knowledge here to come up with the technology. If they have a problem, they bring it to the center BRIN in Jakarta. Pak Rudy, want to mention more about this one or already enough? No? Okay. So there's another question from the floor? Or I'm personally very lucky to get information from Philippines that is very clear, from the beginning to the end, how the act, how to the regulation, and come up with the 100 something partners and all the stakeholders including in that one. That's quite difficult, to come up with the one mission, one goal to get that one. I think Philippines is very working hard for that. So we hope that we can collaborate for that. Yeah, your experience and also Cambodia. Thank you very much. And from India, especially from your role as from the university, how to become innovation hub for the startup in India. So I think we come up to the end. Is it? Yeah, I think it's for me, for myself, and I hope you all participants got the information from 3 speakers, and please big applause for them. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. And so we hope the stronger collaboration, like Ms. Russell mentioned, for all of us, India and ASEAN countries. Thank you very much. Have a nice day in Indonesia. Enjoy. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of the seminar session of our session today. Lastly, we invite all of you to take picture together. So please
Thank you.